It's the Orioles on Maston, and summer is here at the ballpark, and lots of folks out to see this final game of this series as it's a rubber match, the Yankees and the Orioles. Hi, everybody. I'm Gary Thorne, and welcome for the Orioles. Not quite last night. Yet another attempt at a comeback. Couldn't quite get there, but they certainly have done a lot of that this year. They'll look to take yet another series as they go against the Yankees this afternoon. And almost promised to be a big part of it will be Mark Trumbo. What an acquisition, and he is on a tear right now. Take a look. Over the last 4 ball games, 3 home runs. Boston came in. Rick Porcello on the mound. He would deliver this long ball, vying for the lead, not just in the American League, but in the majors. Not only would he do it once, but the very next time to the plate, he would do it again. 2 of them against Boston in that game in back-to-back at bats, both off Porcello. And then in the comeback last night, again, Mark Trumbo. One of those skyrockets that just disappears. That one came off Nova. He is hot. Moving up among the leaders, you see in home runs. In the American League, he is now first. Second in slugging, 5th in RBIs, tied for 6th in extra base hits, and tied for 9th in go-ahead RBIs. The Orioles certainly hoped that's what they would get, but you got to believe it's even a little more, Mike.
Yeah, it's been pretty impressive. I think Mark Trumbo throughout his career, traditional hot starter, his most productive months, April and May. Well, he's gotten through that, and he's carrying it right over into June, and I think it's partly because of maturity. And I think in talking to hitting coach Scott Coolbaugh, he says his bat path has stayed as consistent as he's ever seen the start of this season, and I think he's able to make adjustments sooner. If he starts getting a little out of whack, you see him start rifling balls to right field, and next thing you know, the ball's going 450 feet out of the ballpark. So he's able to get himself back in sync. It's a clean, direct bat path right to the baseball. Strong as an ox. The guy's 6'4", so he's got the natural leverage right there, and when he makes contact, it's coming off hot, and he's doing it a lot more often this year than he has in the past.
Oohs and ahs even from teammates and those in the opposing bench who are watching. Don't you think it's time for Kevin Gausman? He has pitched well enough to have a number of wins, still looking for number 1.
Yeah, and what's frustrating is he might have 1 or 2 bad innings. For instance, his last start the game, gave up the 3 home runs, and when he settled down, he was as dominant as we've seen. 4 great innings, painting with his fastball away, mixing in his breaking ball, a split finger change, and being able to locate the fastball. So that is the crucial importance for Kevin Gausman. He gets in trouble when he tries to get too powerful, fastball leaks back over the plate. Any major league hitter can time up a big fastball, especially with Gausman. It's his favorite pitch, so he's going to throw it a lot more. But when he can keep it down and locate it at the bottom of the zone, maybe work the 4 quadrants of the plate or the strike zone, he's going to have a lot of success. And really, with all the Orioles pitchers, it seems to come down to the command.
Well, the Yankees came in not doing very much offensively. They've had a good 2 games here. They are struggling themselves with the injuries. Teixeira is now on the DL. McCann's got to come back in to catch, but he's got a bad elbow. Russ Snyder is going to play at first base. Has never been there professionally prior to the series. Was out there taking little short hops from his coaches before the game. So you hope you've caught the Yankees at the right time.
That's right. Timing sometimes is everything, and we're witnessing it right here at the early part of the season, where teams are being tested with some crucial injuries, testing the depth of their organization. They had Bird at first base, who came up last year, big powerful kid, young guy, but he's on the 60-day DL. He won't be back with the Yankees this season, so they got to try to find somebody to salvage some offense at first base. I think Russ Snyder over there, but the Orioles have been tested as well, and that's why their philosophy seems to have worked the past 4 years. A little more depth in the minor leagues, can reach down there and grab some guys that are proven, get them over the hump.
We'll have a chance to talk about the draft that's upcoming. That'll be during our ball game today. First pitch coming up. Rubber match, Yankees and Orioles. Baseball on Masson is brought to you by Southwest. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. And by Ocean City, Maryland. Let us show you a good time in Ocean City, Maryland. Book now at OCOcean.com. Great to have WJZ on board for our ball game on this Sunday afternoon from Camden Yards. It'll be Ellsbury, Gardner, and Rodriguez, Castro, McCann, and Headley. D.D. Gregorius, Russ Snyder will make the start at first, and Aaron Hicks is going to be in right. See Ellsbury, his career numbers here, very good.
And let's take a look at Kevin Gausman's pitch arsenal this season. The fastball 66% of the time. Great velocity on his heater, and usually saves a little extra in his back pocket, rushing it up to 98, 99 at times. Breaking balls getting better and better, and of course straight change and the split change. 3.78 earned run average. No wins on the season for Kevin Gausman due to consistent lack of run support. Orioles offense only giving him 3 per game, and they've been even worse here in his last 3 starts. But Kevin holding opponents down to that 235 batting average. How about the lefties? Just 162. Righties much better, 278, and they do have 8 of the 9 home runs Kevin Gausman has given up. And unfortunately for Gausman, the last 2 games he's given up 6 long balls. But he's, well, you know, he's had some good streaks as well. Today Kevin's got to work down in the zone and harness the fastball command right out of the gate.
He will bring a 3-2 lifetime mark against the Yankees into the ball game today. Right-hander, 25 years old, 9th start this year, 51st of his career. With the 3-2 mark against New York, a very solid 2.31 earned run average. Gausman ready to go. Orioles are 31-23, a game behind Boston in the division. The Yankees 26-29. They are 6.5 games out. Orioles actually tied in the loss column with Boston once again. That's been going back and forth for the past 10 days, that #1 spot in the East. Standing in is Ellsbury, 3 for 19, lifetime off Kevin Gausman, and we're underway on this Sunday. That'll be a strike taken at the knees. Ellsbury's had a couple of hits in 8 at-bats in the series. He's had a good year against the Orioles so far, 6 hits in 19 at-bats against the O's. Orioles have a 3-2 edge in the season series. All these games having been played here so far this year.
Yeah, healthy heater right there from Kevin Gausman. You're right. Ellsbury's having a very solid year. They're hoping he can stay healthy. He and Gardner at the top, really the keys. Unfortunately, their offense has been sputtering due to lack of production in the middle. Alex Rodriguez, Teixeira now on the DL, and he started very slow offensively.
No personnel changes for the Yankees, even though Romine, the catcher, came out with a bruised thumb. That one right off the end of the bat. Manny Machado on a 3-hopper gets it over in time.
This will play right there from Manny Machado. Real good pitch from Kevin Gausman. Well, firm pitches in under the hands, but fading one away to get the soft contact. Machado going the speed of Ellsbury there, closing the ground quickly. Easy first out.
That'll bring Gardner to the plate. For Gardner, a 4 for 13 with a home run lifetime off the Orioles starter. Cleveland is now ahead in the American League Central. Kansas City's coming in here tomorrow night. They're a half game behind the Indians. Chicago 2 out, and Detroit 3.5. Real race. Only team out of it in the American League Central, the Minnesota Twins. Texas has got the 2-game lead over Seattle and 7 over Houston, 8 over the Angels. Pitch taken for a strike by Gardner. The Orioles and most teams around the majors now over that third of a game's played, and season all of a sudden begins to rush up on you when you get into June here. We're already in June 5. Pitch is taken down low for a ball, and a 1-ball 1-strike count on Gardner.
Yeah, you start settling in this point of the season. Really good indicator of what teams may need. As you said, it starts speeding up, and that trade deadline end of July starts closing in, and teams start getting bunched up. Like
tough to make trades in this day and age when you have all teams that make it in the wild card spot. There aren't a lot of teams that end up out of it.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. They're starting to bunch up right now. You mentioned the Central. AL East is getting a little tighter as well. And you know, teams really, they might start making moves a little sooner if they can.
That one is going to be fouled off. James Shields, of course, we'll talk about a little later on. One of those persons who got traded, and the teams that want to make trades, that are looking for some help, are looking to the ball clubs who basically, well, nobody ever says it, that we're out of it, are out of it. And they're the teams you go after. You got Atlanta, Minnesota, Cincinnati, Arizona, San Diego. San Diego trading Shields to the White Sox. So those are the teams that you're most likely to be able to cut a deal with.
Yeah, especially early on. A lot of frustration in those organizations. You know, the payroll's getting up there, so they're probably looking to dump early. You might be able to get some deals, and I'm sure the Orioles are out there feeling their way through as well.
Yeah, yep. 2-ball, 2-strike delivery to Gardner. Gosman's pitch fouled away again. Talk about that. I think what I saw today was that White Sox ate $27 million in the Shields deal and taking him from San Diego. So San Diego cuts $27 million out of the payroll. A significant number. Here's the 2-2 delivery, 7th pitch of the at bat, and again it will be fouled back, and this is a typical Gardner at bat.
Yeah, it really is. Fouling off some tough pitches. Gausman not making any mistakes, driving the ball down. About time for him to rush one up there. He's been staying consistent, 94, 95. Haven't seen the 98 yet. Might be a little too early in the game.
4 for 20 on the road trip for Gardner. He takes it. It'll miss. And the count will go full 3-2. Yankees finally get to go home. They are 4-5 on this 10-game road trip, including that one game in Detroit where they lost an off day and played a makeup game before coming to Baltimore. Kevin Gosman's 3-2 delivery. Gardner will lash it, and boy, there's a big at bat. It's going to go in the gap. It'll be chased down by Raimo. Gardner thinking, I better stop right here at second. Raimo gets it in, but Gardner's got a double.
Pretty good at bat right there from Gardner, who's had his struggles here recently. Flipping out his 6th double, forcing Gausman to throw a few extra pitches. Take a look at the Orioles defense. Reinhold, Jones, and Rickard. They all right-handed hitting outfield to go up against Sabathia, Machado, and Scope, the double play combination. Paul Janisch getting the start at third. Davis back over at first, and Francisco Pena behind the plate. Young catcher making his 2nd start. Caleb Joseph on the disabled list. His first start, home run and a single. Pretty impressive debut.
So here is A-Rod, the DH. Gosman's delivery to him, and a strike will be taken. He's had a 4 for 8 with 2 home runs off Kevin Gausman. Chance to get on the board first here. He's hitting only .214 with runners in scoring position on the season. Did have a 3-single ball game in the Yankee 8-6 win last night, and that pitch taken inside for a ball.
Kevin Gausman in his career versus the Yankees, very impressive. 12 games, 3 wins, 2.31 earned run average, but has pitched much better here in his home starts. Just a .45 earned run average in 3 home starts.
1 ball, 1 strike count on Rodriguez. Gardner, good speed at second base. Long look, swing and a miss. Pulled the string on him that time and had him way out in front.
I like to see that. Take a look at the Mercedes pitch track. Here, the hard slider at the bottom of the zone. After rushing a couple fastballs in, you speed up that front side and you get a wild swing like this, well out in front, spiking the hard slider. Pitch track was presented by Mercedes-Benz. The best or nothing.
1-2. Gausman really eyeing Gardner in a stare down. That one will be foul back. For Rodriguez, with the 3 hits he picked up in the ball game last night, it's only the 2nd time this year that he has had a 3-hit ball game, and a lot of these have been singles on the season for him. Joe Girardi hoping there'll be some better power numbers from Rodriguez. He's had 7 home runs, 4 doubles for extra base hits. 1 ball, 2 strike count. Gardner a little bigger lead at second, and as they've done throughout this series, trying to keep inside away from the power of A-Rod. 2-2.
Yeah, you definitely don't want him to get his arms extended. I think there are times now A-Rod's bat speed might be slowing down, so he'll cheat a little bit, and that's why you see the wild swing on a breaking ball by Kevin Gausman on that 3rd pitch, but he'll cheat on the heater, and if it's on the outside corner, that bat head will drag through, give him more of a chance.
2-2 delivery, and got him, and he knew it. Gausman locates and gets a strikeout, 2 down.
It really doesn't matter when you throw a dart like this. 97 miles an hour. Perfect location. Locked up on the end by Pena. Beautiful pitch there from Gausman. Take a look at his opponent. Batting average by situation this year when the bases are empty. 257. Good number. Runners on. Starts to bear down. Just 200. How about runners in scoring position? My, oh my. Just 167. 231 with runners in scoring position and 2 outs. He's pitched way too good to not have a win this year.
Castro now with 2 down, and the off-speed breaking ball is in there for a strike. Castro comes in with a 3-game hit streak. He also had a 3-hit ball game last night. He has been one of their hotter bats in the lineup with a 4 for 9 in this series. A lot of opportunities with runners in scoring position have been swapped by these two teams. For the Yankees through the first 2 games, 6 for 14, including a 5 for 12 last night. They're already 0 for 1 in this game. 0-1 delivered to Castro, and that's going to be a bloop towards first. Called off. Jonathan Scope puts it away. Gausman works himself out of a jam with a runner left at second base. We'll check the Orioles lineup in a minute. Degrees, and it heats up in a hurry when that sun comes out. Little breeze blowing out the center. Here's the starting lineup for the Orioles, brought to you by Southwest. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. Jones, Rickard, and Machado, Trumbo, Davis, and Reimold, Scope, Pena, and Paul Janisch. Career at Camden Yards now for Adam with the 1-1-1 home runs.
And let's take a look at CC Sabathia's pitch arsenal this season. The fastball 56% of the time. The breaking ball, he can slow it down, he can speed it up, make it look more like a cutter. And the change 22% of the time. Now his fastball velocity not even close to what it used to be, but he's learned how to pitch a little bit better, and he's gotten on a nice little roll. 3 wins, 2.85 earned run average. Is coming off one of his best months ever, the month of May, where he had an earned run average of just over 1, really blowing away the competition. He did miss a start in the month of May due to a slight injury.
And he will take on Adam Jones, who shows bunt. Will take the pitch up. Adams got a 5-game hit streak, continuing to do a great job in the leadoff spot. A couple of hits and 8 at-bats, including a home run and 3 RBIs in this series. He's a .297 lifetime hitter off Sabathia with 4 home runs. Sabathia will turn him away. Numbers, of course, for Sabathia against the Orioles are astronomical. He is 1-0 against the Orioles this year. He had a 7-inning, no-run, 6-hit performance against the Orioles here in this ballpark on May 4. Jones will chop down on that one to short. Gregorius will make the play. Adam is retired.
We'll take a look at the Yankees defense behind Sabathia, Gardner, Ellsbury, and Hicks in the Yankees outfield. Gregorius and Castro double play combination. Headley back over at third. Ref Snyder getting another start at first base, and the veteran backstop McCann behind the plate.
Sabathia's lifetime mark against the Orioles, 19-7, ERA 3.3. He has, however, won only the last 2 of 8 starts against the Orioles. And the pitch on the way. Rickert moves into the number 2 hole, makes the start in right field for this game, with Trumbo going to the DH role. Right-handers in against Sabathia, who goes by the book. That 208 average by the left-handers, 237 by right-handers. 0-1 delivery, the off-speed pitch that'll drop out of the strike zone. 1-1.
Yeah, CC really starting to settle in and has really figured out how to pitch with what he has. This year his fastball velocity's kind of spiked a little bit. He had a start where it was up over 90.
Tails that one away at 84.
They're typically working in the high 80s. We've seen the cut movement in under the hands of the right-handers, and that change that he can fade away from the righties as well.
A lot of games in this ballpark for him. He's 11-6 at Camden Yards. 3.63 ERA. Pitch taken up high. For Sabathia, he's run into the Gosman problem. They haven't scored any runs for him either. He's gone 1-2 since coming off that DL Mike was talking about. That was on May 20. His ERA since then is 1.4. The Yankees have provided 1 run in each of the last 2 games that he has pitched. 2-2 delivery out in front of that one, long and foul. Take a look at the numbers here, brought to you by Coons.com. Over 2 million vehicles sold and counting.
Yeah, we're talking about that lowest earned run average since May 1st. CC Sabathia leading the way, that 1.04. Look at the difference, almost a 1 run difference, only picking up the 2 wins though in the month of May.
2-2 delivery, and that will be up high. And you can already see this is the CC Sabathia of today. A lot more finesse, trying to throw off speed stuff, locate a little better. They need help over there in the Yankee dugout from Sabathia today to have a long outing. Their bullpen is worn out. 3-2 pitch on the way, came down the middle with it, just challenged him, and out in front fouls it off.
Yeah, the one thing about Sabathia, he has been very efficient getting deeper into ball games, but Girardi isn't letting him throw a lot of pitches. He still hasn't exceeded 100 pitches, and it's going to be one of those days where he's going to be tested. It's going to be warmer. Orioles already working him here deeper in the count.
Gardner and Rickett, 2 of the best at extending at bats. 3-2 pitch on the way, and another one that's going to extend it. One of the big differences for Sabathia this year compared to the home runs. Last year he gave up 28, 3rd highest in home runs per innings pitched. This year he's given up 2, which is the 7th lowest among starters. So reversing the home run numbers given up. 3-2 delivery on the way, and another one fouled back. Boy, is Rickert making him struggle.
Yeah, sure is.
We talked, you just said the heat. It is very humid out there, and when that sun comes out, it is blistering.
Yeah, bacon.
So far, a lot of high clouds going by, which the players won't mind. 3 ball, 2 strike count. Rickert will loft another one. So it's going to be at least an 11 pitch at bat against Sabathia.
Well, CC can't take enough off. Rickert just keeps controlling the bat head enough, even though the body falling forward quite a bit. Keeping the bat head through the zone, fouling off some nasty pitches.
Make it a dozen. 3 ball, 2 strike count. Sabathia against Rickert, who is 1 for 3 against him in his career, and even the fans now are oohing and eyeing about the at bat, and that will send McCann out to ask, do you have something we haven't thrown yet?
Yeah. Hey, you think you're mixing that 97-mile-an-hour fastball? Oh, wait a second. That was 10 years ago.
CC trying to find a way. Listed at 300. He has lost a lot of weight though. 3-2 delivery. 12th pitch and he gets him. So he gave him the off-speed breaking ball and he wins maybe the battle, but Ricketts certainly made him work for it.
Wow, a lot of pitches here for the Orioles to see, and you see Sabathia everything in the zone, so command of all of his pitches, and he just picked the right one, the breaking ball, backdooring it, coming back in to catch that outer third, and locking Joey Rickard up. Good battle there. Sabathia wins it.
So that will bring up Manny Machado. Manny, the benefactor of the long at bat, got to look at everything from Sabathia. 303 hitter against this left-hander. And the pitch taken up and away. 1-0 count, 2 down, nobody on here in the first inning. As the Orioles look to win yet another series, they are 10-5-2 in series this year. Sabathia's 1-0 delivery. There's that off-speed pitch again. Had Manny wailing, but mostly at thin air. 1-1.
Yeah, he's definitely going to try to slow this offense down and work towards that soft contact. Try to keep the Orioles offense off balance, out in front. And he's going to start rushing that cutter in there under the hands. I mean, it is going to be a chess match all day, I think, between Sabathia and this Orioles offense.
And then comes with some heat up and away. And a 1-ball, 2-strike count on Manny. His dad on hand for the ball game today. Saw Manny's father this morning, heading back home after. 1-2. Left-hander's pitch will be up. The Orioles are 6-6 in games started by left-handers this year. That's still the 5th best percentage in the American League. The average though has dipped. 222 against lefties overall, 272 against right-handers. So you got a 50-point difference now for the club between lefties and righties. 2-2 delivery, another off-speed pitch, bloop to first. Ref Snyder's there. He's got it. 1-2-3 inning. Although it took some pitches to get there, thanks to the at-bat by Rickard. Enjoy a cold one to look forward to. Miller time later in our ball game today, brought to you by Miller Lite. Welcome to summer and summer baseball. The Orioles left the Kansas City Royals coming in. Royals just dropping out of first place in their division, as we said. Haven't named a starter yet for the O's tomorrow night. Danny Duffy's going to go for KC. Jimenez and Yordano Ventura game 2. Chris Tillman, Edison Volquez game 3. All are 7 o'clock airtime. 6:30 O's extra for the ball games Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. TJ McFarland could be the starter. Mike Wright could be the starter. Who comes out of the bullpen today may decide that. And the pitch by Gausman, a strike to McCann.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right there today will determine the starters for the next 5.
Yep. Ryan McCann loops that one to left. Reimold. Gausman gets a couple of pitch out and one down here in the second inning. Well, tomorrow the Orioles will start that series. First 20,000 fans on Tuesday. 15 and over will get the Orioles golf umbrella presented by Visit Sarasota County. So celebrate summer. Great night out here at the ballpark. Seats available for you at Orioles.com or 888-848-BIRD. World champion Kansas City Royals coming in against the O's. Headley will go after the first pitch and foul it back. Headley with a 3 for 8 in the series. Steady third base. A 4 for 17 against the Orioles this season. 0-1 to the shift. How about that? There aren't a lot of holes over there, but he found one, and Headley's got a 1-out single.
Yeah. Well, slowly but surely, this Yankees offense starting to heat up a little bit. They have put 18 runs on the board over the last 3 games, and you see the Orioles in the shift. But if it comes off hot, you can beat those shifts. Headley squaring up the fastball there from Gausman.
So with a runner on, that will bring up Didi Gregorius. Gregorius, good series with the 3 for 9. He is 1 for 9. Lifetime off Kevin Gausman. Orioles set a double play. Janisch off that cut of the grass at third. And that one will go the other way down the line and a foul ball.
Well, Kevin making some really good pitches here to start this ball game. First 2 innings have been a trouble spot for most of the Orioles pitchers. Just really can settle into the ball game and really driving the ball downhill, bottom of the zone. Intention and purpose to every pitch right now from Gausman. Not too many fat pitches on the white of the plate.
Gregorius will regroup with the 0-1 count. Runner off first and a check swing, able to hold up on it. Father son, of course. This is the first time Tony Pena, first base coach of the Yankees, has seen his son Francisco Pena play in a regular season major league game. So it is, despite all the games he has coached him and watched him play in the minors and spring training, this is a very special moment for father dad. 1-1 delivery on the way. Pitch will be taken inside. As Buck Showalter said this morning when asked, is Francisco Pena going to start in this game? Buck said, yes, I would not do that to Tony. And it's his turn anyway.
Well, I'd like to see Francisco get down into that catcher stance his dad used to.
That
do the
legs
splits.
sprawled out.
Get down low.
Headley off first base. 2-1 delivery on the way in the dirt. Good stop made. Francisco holds that one up. Keeps the runner at first base. Count goes 3-1.
Well, always known as a defensive catcher. Nice block here. Getting down, using the big body to kill the baseball. Keeps it right on the dirt. It was a nice defensive game in his first start. Threw out a base runner. Called an excellent game.
3-ball, 1-strike count. Not a big lead for Headley at first. 3-1 delivery on the way. Put up in the air. Third is short. Third base. Janisch. He'll put it away. 2 down here in the second inning. Headley will go back to first base. And Gausman with a chance to get out of it. Refsnyder coming up now with 2 down. Well, this is Refsnyder's chance. He's their temporary first baseman we talked about with Teixeira on the DL.
Well, it is a chance, obviously, for Refsnyder to get more playing time. But the Yankees first base this year, Teixeira was struggling before his knee injury, but 156 with a .231 slugging percentage. They have needed some help in that first base spot.
The lowest numbers in the majors.
Yeah, and they're hoping Refsnyder's back can heat up.
He had never played first base professionally prior to this series. When Teixeira came out of a ball game, the first game of the series, So now he's in there. As we said, he was out early today. Nobody was out doing anything today except him. He was in front of the dugout. The coaches were throwing him bouncing balls like you'd have to scoop at first base.
Yeah, well, first base is not an easy position. But his saving grace is the fact that he's an infielder. So he's got to have some pretty good feet. You have to have good feet to play first base. I think we're spoiled here in Baltimore. Davis playing a Gold Glove caliber first base. And if he had any smarts, he'd watch Davis, how he works around the base and uses his feet to get himself in a good position.
Ref Snyder, selected by the Yankees, 2012 first-year player draft. He was in the 5th round. One of the 2 South Korean players to play for the Yankees. Chan-Ho Park the other. 2-1 delivery on the way, and another one off his foot. A foul ball, and the count goes to 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Good fastball there. It's 92, but pitching with that velocity. Nice movement on the 2-seamer. Runs in just off the plate, and the punishment for swinging at that pitch, hammering it off your cap.
Brian Cashman, the GM of the Yankees, talking about Teixeira's injury, said they hope that it will be rest and medicine, but did not rule out season-ending surgery if that fails. 2-2 delivery on the way, and that'll miss outside, close. So Kevin Gausman, a 3-ball 2-strike count, 2 down. Headley at first. He'll be going.
A good pitch, 95 miles an hour after working the inside corner with 92, 93. Little extra. Dot that spot down and away.
And if you missed it, Teixeira's injury, it's a cartilage tear in the right knee. Runner goes 3-2, and another one off his foot. Boy, we're seeing some lengthy at-bats by both these teams. 7th pitch of this at bat will be coming to Ref Snyder.
Well, Yankees hitters just trying to keep at bats alive. Gausman throwing very well right now. Some tough pitches that Ref Snyder's had to foul off and take. Nothing on the plate. Everything borderline, right on the edge. Great velocity, good movement as well.
Ref Snyder, University of Arizona, where he played his collegiate baseball, awaits another 3-2. Runner goes, ground ball to short. Manny Machado's got to go to first. Plenty of time to get it over there, and records the out. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on base. Scoreless. Game is Paul Lendl Jr. from Crownsville. He's won 500 for being selected, 500 more for every Orioles home run hit today. You can play Home Run Rich's Scratch House, win up to $50,000, or enter non-winning tickets for a chance to be the contestant of the game. Visit mdlottery.com/baseball. Now, the Orioles have been hitting home runs. 37 runs with 11 homers for the Orioles during their last 4 games. Trumbo, as we said, a big part of that, with 3 home runs, 6 RBIs over the last 4. Stands in against Sabathia, and the pitch will be taken for a strike. Trumbo batting in the cleanup spot, both because he's hot right now and because he's 6 for 19 with a homer off Sabathia.
And look at that one, 53 home runs off left-handed pitchers, most in all of Major League Baseball since 2011.
Sabathia's 0-1 pitch to him down the line the other way, and that's curving foul and will be a souvenir.
Now, Trumbo's been really impressive here. Start his season off with the Orioles, showing the power all over the field. And what I've been impressed about is when he starts to feel like his swing's getting out of whack, next thing you know, you're seeing bullets hit to right field. So he's able to make the adjustments on the fly, limit a lot of the downtimes.
Sabathia comes in and gets him, and that'll be the second strikeout for CC Sabathia.
Pretty nasty cutter right here. Nice late movement. You take a look at the best strikeout to walk ratio this season, and the Yankees leading the way as Trumbo goes down with the strikeout. 3.79, pretty impressive number there from the Yankees. Of course, very strong strikeout bullpen. Mets, Nationals, Dodgers, Astros, some pretty good pitchers in that group.
It's our PNC inside the numbers. Here's Chris Davis. Chris on a broken bat bloop behind second base. Castro's there, a couple of quick outs here, and that's what Sabathia needs. He had a 20-pitch first inning. He's got a chance to get out of this one quickly. 2 down, nobody on. Nolan Reimold getting the start in left field. Him not going in a starting role against left-handers. And Reimold's got a blistering 371 average against Sabathia with a couple of home runs. 2 down, nobody on. Left-hander over the top will miss. Reimold hitting 286 against the lefties. Not much of a difference. 304 off right-handers. Reimold's hit when he's been in. 14th start for Nolan in left field. 1-0, tried to wait on that one, fouls it back.
Well, you can see the head working, and you love watching intelligent baseball players. He doesn't have the velocity, but he can kind of sense when a hitter is starting to wait on his pitches. The velocity not there. Everything, you know, in the 80s right now. He'll even go a little slower with his off-speed stuff. But when he senses a hitter's waiting on it, backing it up, he'll cut the fastball in there, just 85. And we've already seen a few jam shot, broken bats from some hitters. So still has the ability to keep hitters off balance.
He's got a 2-1 count on Reimold. Sabathia will come up and in a little bit. He's throwing it where you can't hit it a lot of times early in this game. And a 2-ball, 2-strike count. He's 35 years old now. 217 career wins, 133 losses.
And you talked about his season last year, disappointing with the home runs. But he only had 6 wins. He had an earned run average just under 5, and you know, not the best year for CC. So he actually had to come in and win a spot in spring training. You know, and it really came down to the final week or two for the Yankees to make that decision.
Well, how would he deal with the alcoholism was a big question.
Yeah.
3-2 pitch on the way, jammed him, and somehow fought that off. Well, that's as quickly as we have seen him move. I mean, that was exceptional. Getting in front of the ball.
Well, it's nice that he knocked it down. You know, saved the run from scoring.
Wayne did not handle it cleanly, as Adam Jones is quick to point out to him.
Yeah, but showing the range.
Yeah. Didn't try to side saddle. 3-2 delivery on the way, and CC thought he had a strikeout. It's going to be a walk. So the Orioles get Reimold on with 2 down. Bidding closes tomorrow night, 10 o'clock, for those special jerseys and caps the Orioles wore on Memorial Day. Authenticated and signed, available for you to bid on at Orioles.com/auction. Proceeds benefit the Fort Meade Alliance Foundation. Again, bidding closes tomorrow night at 10. Lots of folks representing the armed forces on hand at the ballpark, as usual, here at Camden Yards. Pitch will be taken for a ball. Jonathan Scope, 2 for 8 lifetime off Sabathia. Runner on at first base, 2 down. Orioles getting their first base runner of the ball game. Pretty good lead over there for Reimold. In there, down the line. That's a foul ball.
Orioles having a hard time keeping that cutter fair right now. A lot of balls pulled up in the stands down that left field line. Scope coming the closest, but a little jam shot. Really tough to pull the hands in tight and find the barrel. CC's cutter riding with great late movement in onto the label.
1 ball, 1 strike count. Reimold edges off. Ref Snyder holding the bag. 1-1 delivery. Comebacker. CC's got it. Little lob toss over. We'll get the out. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 left on base. 2 complete, as they say in that worldly sport. 0-0. She is 100 years old today at the ballpark celebrating her birthday. How about that?
That's awesome.
Don't we all hope we'll have the opportunity to be at the ballpark on our 100th birthday and not under it. Dan Duquette, Executive Vice President, getting ready for the upcoming draft. Thanks for coming in.
Glad to be here. We could sprinkle your ashes out there, Gary.
My ashes are going in a vineyard for some really good use.
Okay.
Let's talk about the draft. Just a general overview. How tough is the draft in terms of getting somebody that's going to make a difference?
Well, I like the draft, but there's a big difference between having one of those first 10 picks like the Orioles had when they selected Manny Machado and Matt Wieters, and the Orioles did real well with those top 2, but after that it's a crapshoot, right? I mean, the further on you go in the draft, the more difficult it is to find a player that is healthy and can come up and help your ball club. And I think that a lot of times people will miss the point, and they think that all those picks have the value of those top 10 picks in the draft. I mean, the first 10 picks in the draft, it's not like the major leagues is like the NFL where they play in the SEC, and then they come out and they start the following year. There's still more development and skill development. Like Kevin Gausman, we took him in the draft in 2012, and Oriole fans saw him when we introduced him. He was a 4 pick in the draft, but it took him a while to get to the big leagues. He had some injuries. He had to learn a better breaking ball. Dylan Bundy, same thing. He's another top 10 pick. He had some injuries. He had some seasoning to do. So it takes a little while for those players to get to the big leagues. And I think having the depth of the picks of the draft is helpful, where we've got 4 of the top 90, and Gary Racich and our scouts are in here working on it.
That's 6.
But given the chance between having a player that can impact our team right now and not knowing if the player we're going to get in the draft is going to impact our team in the future and at what level, we'll take that player now. which is why we traded and were able to sign Jimenez and Nelson Cruz, who had a terrific year, and why we traded a draft pick for Gallardo for this year. So we're trying to win and have a competitive team and still build our prospect base, but it's hard to do if you're having a good team because you're not going to get that top 10 pick in the draft, and we're not going to compromise the quality of our major league team.
Just off the glove of Manny Machado. So Ellsbury at the top of the order gets the 1-out single with Gardner coming up.
So we're putting the resources into our major league team to try to be good year in and year out, and I think you know, by and large we've done a pretty good job. And when we do have a top 10 pick, we're going to bear down and try to get a Machado or a Wieters or a Gausman to help the team.
So it really doesn't depend on who is out there at that time you're picking, or do you have a philosophy in the sense that, okay, we can't take too much time with a high school guy, let's go after a college player that's more developed and probably gets to the big leagues a little soon?
Well, I think some of both. Major League Baseball, I think by and large does a good job with the high school players that are really gifted, and they take them the top of the first round, middle of the first round, and then they get to the big leagues in a period of time like, say, 3, 4, 5 years. I think MLB does a good job with that. The college players are a little bit more developed. They're more mature. They've had the experience of playing in college. They've had the time to physically mature, and they take a little bit shorter time frame. I think what we try to do is try to get the best athlete with the best chance to be the most reliable player. And, you know, that varies from year to year. And then we have to, of course, draft a lot of pitchers to have a lot of pitching in the minors for trades, for players to come up. And then, of course, there's a lot of injuries to the pitchers. So it's a real arms race for everybody. And there aren't enough to go around Major League Baseball. So, you know, it's a really, really difficult, and there's significant risk in drafting the pitching and developing the pitching. Fortunately, we've done a pretty good job of it. We've got Gausman, we have Bundy, we have Michael Gibbons, we have Tyler Wilson, and they're all up helping our major league team.
Do you put a number on that? Do you go into the draft saying we need to get 10, 12, 8, whatever it is, pitchers coming out of this? We got to have them available.
Well, we draft more than half of our players are pitchers, and then we try to sign pitchers on the international level, look for pitchers in trade, pick up pitchers in trading the international signing bonus money. We've done that a little bit the last couple of years. We traded for this kid Chris Lee, who we like, and we traded some international signing bonus money to another club that was signing players. So we're looking in all the markets, but when it comes to the June free agent draft, we're looking at getting a lot of pitching depth into the system every single year.
2 ball, 1 strike count, 1 down. Ellsbury on to first base. Gardner, that's going to get away. That'll be chased down, and Ellsbury will get into scoring position. That'll be a wild pitch charge. That's the first of the year. Charge to Gausman.
See the pitch here, spiked in the dirt, and Pena trying to backhand it, kicking off the heel of the glove and away.
So Gardner, RBI chance. He had a double his first time up. A lot of fans were asking the Brian Matusz situation. Atlanta took him, immediately designated him for assignment. But what they were looking for was something else. What was it and it was a draft thing, right?
Yeah, Atlanta wanted the competitive balance pick that the Orioles got in the lottery.
Donovan Scope will be up. Runner goes over to third, 2 down.
And we sent that to him. We also got a couple of pitchers in the draft. We got a kid named Barker who's won a couple games for us in AA, and a lefty named Belichick who's down in A-ball. But what Atlanta wanted, they wanted to give some hope to their fans, and they've been accumulating the draft picks. And along with the draft picks, you get this signing bonus pool money, which allows you more resources in which to sign the players that you take in the draft. So their idea, having a team that doesn't have a good record, is to build up their prospect inventory, provide hope for their fans, and that's why they traded for Matusz as well as the draft pick. But what they were really after, obviously, after they designated Matusz and cut him loose, was the draft pick and the value of that draft pick for their future team.
Wow. I have a question just about forward thinking in the draft. How often do you look ahead and say, okay, next year we have this amount of free agents, so we better load up on this type of player, you know, maybe even 2 years into the future?
Well, we did that. We do that with our pitching. Of course, we did that with Gausman. So we said, look, we need a starting pitcher to impact the top of our rotation. So we identified the best college pitchers we could get, and Kevin Gausman was our pick. We also did that the following year when we took a look at when Matt Wieters was going to be a free agent. And we ended up drafting a number of catchers.
Base hit. So A-Rod yet another single, but it is a productive one. Ellsbury, who advanced on a wild pitch and a ground ball, will come across the score. Yankees on the board with a 1-0 lead.
And that year we drafted the kid Murphy, the local kid who's a catcher. We drafted Chance Sisco, and we drafted Jonah Hine. Now Sisco's in AA, Hine is in Class A, and Murphy's in Class A, and those guys are coming along.
Yeah, Murphy's been swinging it, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's been swinging the bat good, and Sisco's a good hitter, and Jonah Hine's a switch hitter with power, very good catcher. And I know John Russell likes him a lot.
How many reports will you have that you consolidate going in to make your decisions?
We have approximately 25 scouts that are submitting reports. And then we have the area scouts, and then we have the cross checkers, and then we have, of course, our scouting director, Gary Rasich. So any player that we're going to take, we probably have 4 to 6 reports on them. And each of those players, let's say there's about 1,200 players drafted. So, you know, we've probably got about, I don't know, 8,500.
So I mean, it's that the process never stops.
Well, it's a year-round process. Our scouts will go out in the summertime, see a lot of the top summer leagues, the Cape League, Team USA, a lot of these high school showcases, the Under Armour showcase. Of course, our scouts will see in Perfect Game, and then we'll follow up during the year with trying to get a consensus of opinion, having a number of scouts see the player. The video resources are very helpful. You can see a lot of players on video now.
Pitch will be taken inside. 0-1 the count, 2 down. Starling Castro up, run in on the A-Rod base hit. He's at first base.
How in depth do you get as far as finding out, what the kid eats, his health and thing? I mean, it really fascinates me, especially a higher pick. Taking chances on a kid's
life. Absolutely. There's a number of social media allows you to do a lot of research on these players, so that you have a lot more information on their personal habits. And then, there's a lot of resources in college baseball that are available to us now. There's this TrackMan information in a lot of the colleges where you can see the spin rate and the velocity of the pitchers.
It's just like the major leagues.
Well, there's a lot more precise ways to value the talent. And, all the clubs are in a race to do a good job. It really still comes down to having scouts that can identify talent and tell you who the dependable players are.
Dan, we really appreciate it. Good luck with the draft, and thanks for helping us out understanding a very complicated system.
Thank you.
All right, we'll be back. Yankees up 1-0. Mobile. We'll open our notebook to our East Winds page. The Red Sox 14-14 against the American League East. The rest of baseball, they're 19-9 And yesterday their bullpen finally came back together with Barnes, DeJauer, and Kimbrel giving up just a run in 4 innings. Previous 3 games their bullpen 14 earned runs in 9 2/3. The Orioles putting a big hurt during those games. And for Tampa Bay, they've won consecutive games for the first time since they won 4 in a row from May 16 through the 20th. Ray's trying to find some consistency.
Yeah, they are. Been a roller coaster ride for sure for them. Boy, sometimes when your bullpen gets beat up in a 4-game series, it might take 3 or 4 weeks for it to recoup.
Yep. Ball will be pulled way foul. Francisco Pena, Giannis, and then Jones at the top of the order. Pena gets the start behind home plate for the Orioles today, with Matt Wieters having caught the last 2. American League East games have the Blue Jays playing against Boston. Estrada against Eduardo Rodriguez at Fenway today. Pitch up high. Caleb Joseph, great to see him back at the ballpark. As soon as he started feeling a little better, said he'd be back, and here he is.
Yeah, it was good to see him earlier today in the clubhouse. Teammates excited, and he had, of course, his great sense of humor.
1-1 delivery on the way, and there's the off-speed pitch. 1-2. Sabathia walked 1 and struck out 2. Kevin Gausman has no walks, couple of strikeouts, has given up the run on 4 hits. Orioles still looking for something to put on the board against Sabathia. 1-2 delivery to Pena. Floater again. That one's going to miss up high.
Now really trying to slow this Orioles offense down with the slow breaking ball, and it has been working. That 84-85 mile-an-hour cutter in under the hands of the righties. A lot of jam shots. Not many balls hit hard today off Sabathia.
2-2 delivery. Rears back a little bit. That'll be fouled away.
You see Sabathia's opponent average by situation this year. It's a little steep when runners are on base. Base is empty. Very comfortable under 200 on. He climbs up to 293. Scoring position 250, but with 2 outs. Lack of focus there. And maybe more focus by the hitter. 375. 2 outs and runners in scoring position.
2-2 delivery on the way to Francisco Pena, and that'll be outside. So Pena works the count to 3 balls and 2 strikes. Sabathia has issued 17 walks now in 49 and a third innings pitched. He has struck out 42. 3-2. Pitch on the way to Pena, and Pena will foul it back, so he's going to get at least an 8-pitch at bat. So the numbers continue up. 41 thrown. There's Dad watching his son. Tony Pena, first base coach of the Yankees, great catcher. Francisco Pena, one of his baseball sons. How's that got to feel?
Yeah, he's torn right now, right?
Yeah. We said I hope he goes 3 for 3 and we win.
Exactly.
3-2 delivery, and that one will be fouled back. And the count will stay at 3-2.
Or I'm sure Tony would be happy with a couple good swings and then maybe, you know, go into the dugout. Good pass there from Pena. Just missing a couple cutters that's staying on the plate.
Sabathia slowing the pace down here. Part of that's got to be the heat and humidity today. 3-2 delivery again on the way. Took something off it, and again it will be fouled off. That's the trouble for the CC Sabathia. Without that mid-90s fastball, you're looking for a put-away pitch, and you got to try and make it a finesse pitch, and that can be tough to do.
Yeah, it really does, and that's why that slow breaking ball has been crucial. You saw that batting average there. Pretty impressive, but 40 punch outs. So he is getting hitters off balance, and he's able to expose them with that firmer cutter.
3-2, foul back again. It'll be at least an 11 pitch at bat. He has passed Chuck Finley, 23rd place now in the all-time strikeout list. He's among active pitchers the leader in all kinds of categories. All the starts that he has made. Pena, 3 ball, 2 strike count. And a fine walk. So he works it out, and it is a leadoff walk here in the third inning.
Nice at bat by Francisco Pena there. Saw a lot of pitches and then takes a tough cutter. Lets it work in off the plate.
And that will bring up Paul Janisch. Janisch starting his 5th game at third base for the Orioles. Only the 8th game he's been in overall. He's had only 17 at bats, a double, a couple of singles, and a look over, and Pena back to the bag. Remember, McCann has a hyperextended elbow, and but for Romine taking that pitch off the thumb last night, probably would not be catching today as a starter. Romine is available, Joe Girardi said before the game, if I had to use him. Had being the word. I don't know how, and he may not be telling the complete truth about that, but after that thumb was,
he
it
came
looked
out of
bad.
that game quick last night. Yeah, right on top of the thumb. Warm-ups.
Whether he's really available, we don't know, but he said if I had to, I could put him in. Torreyes is their emergency catcher. Runner goes. Popped him up. Third base. Headley over, had a lot of room. Pena will get back. Janisch out of there, and that'll bring up Adam Jones, 1 down.
Well, Adam Jones has been on fire. 3 home runs in his last 3 games. And how about that little salsa step on the end of the bomb? Getting the Orioles a little bit closer in yesterday's game. Couldn't pull it off, but Adam Jones has certainly been on fire at the top of this lineup.
Adam has taken to that leadoff spot. 324 batting average over the last 9 games. Getting guys like Bautista and Jones moved into the leadoff spot for teams, which you would not have expected to see. Pitch taken away. There you see the other one who's been so good at it, George Springer with Houston.
Yeah, highest slugging percentage when batting leadoff. And Springer is a leadoff hitter, but Adam Jones is primarily the number 3 hole hitter. Buck Showalter puts him up to the top of the lineup, thinking might see a few more fastballs. Well, he did, and the confidence has taken off.
Jones, a ground ball off the fist. Didi Gregorius 1. Castro the throw. No. Castro's throw up. Pena doing a good job to help break up. Coming across the bag. Both Castro and Gregorius looking at the big screen, waiting to see if the slide looked all right.
Yeah, Pena getting down there, putting a little pressure on Castro. Now, yeah, you can't break up a double play, but I think certainly just getting on top of him quicker might do something to the throw, and Castro rushes it. High throw, pulling Ruffsnyder off first.
So that'll keep the inning alive. Fielder's choice. Rickard coming up. Called out on strikes his first time up. Yankees have the 1-0 lead. A-Rod got the base hit in the third inning to drive in the run. Showed bunt, breaking ball. Will miss for a ball. Adam fake to go. Base stealers against Sabathia, 2 for 2. And nobody quite sure about McCann's elbow and his ability to throw in this game.
Yeah, might want to test him. I don't know why they haven't tested Ruffsnyder at first. Yeah, McCann's elbow here too. CC getting off the mound.
1-0, and that's going to be in there for a strike. So Joey Rickard getting the start in right field. 17th start out there. He and Trumbo getting some starts in right primarily. Rickard is 1 for 9 against the Yankees this year and in his career. Sabathia's 1-1 delivery to him. That'll be a called strike. Taken at the letters. Rickard thought maybe a little higher, and it's 1-2.
And it's staying on that inside corner. And CC kind of staying consistent here, not leaving a lot of balls in the middle of the plate. You see catching up and in.
1-2 count. Adam not going at first base on that last pitch. nor here, and it will be fouled back over the screen. Brian Knight, home plate umpire. History probably favoring the pitchers a little bit, but not much. Pretty by the book strike zone.
There's the cutter again. Heavy usage here in this game.
54 pitches thrown. 1-2 delivery on the way. That's going to break down low. So a 2-ball 2-strike count as the Orioles again make Sabathia work here in this 3rd inning. Rickard to be followed by Machado if he can keep the inning going. Staring over Jones. Rickard goes after it, fouls it off. A lot of souvenirs being provided in this game.
Well, if nothing else,
McCann will go out again.
CC kind of proving to himself that he can get some strikes. Just throw the cutter on the inside corner, because they're all getting pulled foul. They haven't been able to make that adjustment. A lot of times hitters, you think about pulling the hands inside, but it's still running in hard enough and late enough to get on the label. But many hitters, if a pitcher throws a consistent amount of cutters, sometimes they just back off the plate, because most generally a cut throwing pitcher throws to the hitter more so than the plate to try to get it on his hands.
2-2 went away that time and right off the end of the bat. So Rickard has had 2 outstanding at bats in terms of length. Struck out the first time up. Trying not to do that here against Sabathia with a 2-ball 2-strike count.
Now working him in consistently, and then a soft change away, down and away, gets him reaching.
Runner goes 2-2, fouled off again.
Just can't wait long enough. Nice to see Orioles being put in motion here. Pena was on the run. Giannis, a little hit and run. Adam Jones moving there. Of course, the Orioles, they don't steal many bases. Worst in all of baseball.
Trying to make it happen offensively. 12 pitches in the first at bat, first inning for Rickard. Struck out. This will be the 9th pitch of this at bat. Deep and foul. I mean, you get 2 at bats, and he's already put up 22 pitches against CC Sabathia so far. Adam Jones will jog his way back to first base. Two balls, 2 strikes still. Jones not running. Rickard takes it, and he's done it again. 3-2 the first time, 3-2 this time.
I like it. Really,
yeah,
being frustrating here for CC Sabathia.
He's forcing Sabathia to pitch almost a full half inning of pitches just to him in 1 at bat. 2 down. Jones will be going. 3-2 delivery on the way, and another one fouled off. 12 for 12.
Yeah, Joey cheating to try to cover that inside corner. And some frustration. The Orioles trying to get the bat head to that pitch, so everything being hooked by Rickard right now.
Adam Jones again will be going. They're going to hold him this time. 3-2 pitch grounded to the hole. That's going to be a base hit. So Joey Rickard, this time on a 12-pitch at bat, delivers the single. Gardner runs it all the way in from the outfield, and the Orioles have first and third, 2 down. First hit for the O's.
Running out of space in the pitch track box there. Joey Rickard finding a hole, 5-6 hole. Adam Jones hustling on over to third base. Rickard winning that one. CC got him with a strikeout after just as many pitches in his first at bat. Rickard slapping a single there.
So that will bring up Manny Machado, and the Orioles get a shot at it for the first time with a runner in scoring position. That is their first base hit of the ball game. Manny gets a chance to get the Orioles on the board. He's hitting .273 with runners in scoring position. First and third, 2 down. Goes after the first pitch, tips it into the mitt. Manny on a comebacker, grounded out his first time up. 1-0 Yankees lead. Orioles threatening to get it back and maybe a little more here in this inning. A 1 pitch on the way. Outside with it. This will be Manny's 35th at bat against CC Sabathia. 10 hits, including 1 home run off the left-hander. Jones, fielder's choice. Rickert, single. One pitch. That's going to miss down low. Well, Manny will get it to a 2-ball, 1-strike count.
Good patience there. CC and McCann just steady mix. Pitches, a little change up in the bottom of the zone. Breaking ball, kind of getting ahead of the hitters, keep them guessing. And he's got to keep his eyes set up in the zone and out over. Start expanding and showing some impatience. CC will take advantage of that in a second.
You wonder how many of these trips by McCann are just to give CC Sabathia a breather. He's already gone out there a number of times. 2-ball, 1-strike pitch on the way. That's going to miss inside. So Sabathia, a 3-ball, 1-strike count on Manny Machado. Little breeze has picked up a bit, blowing out towards left field. 3-1 delivery. Oh, man, it's that off-speed breaking ball. And he started out, thought he might have had a walk on it, but it's there. 3-2.
And see the slow breaking ball, 75. How about CC today? Behind in the count. The fastball just 29%. Breaking ball 21. The change 50% of the time. So just when you think it's a fastball count, oh no, not off-speed pitches there from CC.
3-2. Runner goes at first, and he finally walked him. So Sabathia's given up 2 walks in the inning, 3 in the ball game, and the Orioles have loaded him up. And if only to give his pitcher a breather. Larry Rothschild, the pitching coach, will make his way out for his 32nd visit.
Yeah, this has certainly been a laborious inning for CC Sabathia. A couple walks that grinded out at bat from Rickard, then ended up in the base hit. Try to get as much time as they can for CC. Catch his breath.
They've already got bullpen action. Sessa up in the bullpen. And this is where the Yankees are very vulnerable in the middle of their bullpen. It is their underbelly. Well, big moment in this one. 3rd inning, Yankees up 1-0. The Orioles on 2 walks and a single have loaded them up. And the hot hitting, home run hitting, Mark Trumbo stands in. He was a strikeout victim his first time up. And we'll go after one and foul it back.
The Orioles got on the board first with a Trumbo shot. A blast deep into the Yankees bullpen. It was a bomb. Came off the bat hot. He's having a great homestand. Well up over 300.
2 for 5 with the bases loaded this year, including 1 double. No grand slam this season yet. 0-1 count. Sabathia's delivery to him, down to 3rd and foul. Just ripped it. But way out in front of it, and the count goes to 0-2.
Chasing that cutter in there. Well, the only place you can put it is foul. It's not off your leg.
Orioles were 4 for 10 runners in scoring position game 1 for 6 last night, and getting a chance for the first time here in the 3rd inning. Sabathia ready. Here's the 0-2, and he gets Trumbo to strike out. Sabathia with a big K. No runs, a hit, bases left loaded. Yankees up by 1. Fourth inning of Orioles baseball is brought to you by the RAV4 Hybrid. All-wheel drive and unexpected performance. Visit buyatoyota.com. With Mike Bordick, I'm Gary Thorne. Sunday afternoon at the ballpark. The Orioles trying to take this series from the Yankees and continue their advantage over the Yankees. They have the 3-2 edge in the season series. Can't believe I was looking today. The Yankees, this is going to be their final division game for a while. They've had 12 out of 13 in the division. They are not going to play another division game until after the All-Star break. 32 games away.
Wow.
That's a long stretch of non-division play. Brian McCann will take the pitch down low for ball.
Sounds like we're going to be in New York a lot after the All-Star break.
4 games set right after the All-Star break in New York. 1-0 pitch on the way, and that'll be in there for a strike. McCann coming up taking. The left-handers against Kevin Gausman. That numerically low 162 batting average, 4th lowest against lefties among AL starters. And the pitch a little low, maybe outside, and a 2-ball 1-strike count.
Yeah, of course, Kevin Gausman's fastball is an incredible weapon, but his split finger against lefties has so much dive fade action away. And great equalizer, good weapon against the left-handed hitters.
McCann back in the lineup has had just 1 hit, 16 at bats on this road trip. Previous 9 games, 0 for 1 in this one. 3-ball 1-strike delivery, and that's outside. Not what Kevin wanted to do. A leadoff walk here in the 4th inning. Headley and then Gregorius are due up. Yankees a run on 4 hits, no errors. They've left 3. The Orioles 0-1-0. They have left 4. Single by Rickard in the 3rd inning, their first and only hit. Headley picked up a base hit. Came in the 2nd inning. The switch hitting 3rd baseman. Saw the umpire call timeout so the ball could be changed, and you saw Gausman throw the ball to the umpire. There was discussion about that in the clubhouse this morning, because yesterday in a ball game a pitcher was charged with throwing a ball to the batter when he threw the ball into the dugout when there was no timeout. He wanted to change baseballs, but he didn't ask for a timeout. Threw the ball into the dugout.
Ball one.
Ball one.
Huh. I bet that went over well.
That went over real well. So that was
They didn't
noted.
have to review it, did they?
No review. That was noted this morning by the Orioles. Zach Britton in particular. That pitch will be taken for a strike. Headley with a base hit. His first time up. Shift on against him. Switch hitting third baseman for the Yankees. Headley hitting .221 right, .253 from this side. 2 of his 3 home runs hit left-handed. Headley goes to the middle, off the glove. So they'll get the force out and almost had a chance for 2. As McCann, the runner, had started back to first base thinking the ball was going to be caught, and Headley had not broken out of the box.
You wonder, sometimes line drives knuckle out to infielders, even outfielders. You wonder if that's what happened there. That Jonathan Scope off the front of the glove, dropping down. Good thing stayed close by, able to get the force out at second base.
So one down, fielder's choice. Headley's on at first. Didi Gregorius popped out his first time up. And he'll go to the middle. Manny Machado runs up his arm into center field. Good backup by Scope. Headley will go to second base. An error charged on Manny Machado. We'll put Didi Gregorius on at first base.
Hard hit ball, and Manny maybe a little over aggressive. See it hit the mound though. Get some funky spin there, and actually that's what got on Manny Machado. Oh, he had it lined up perfectly, but you get a different hop and a different spin actually off the mound. Careens away, and as soon as this one, see Manny recognizing that, and he's coming up to get that short hop. But a little extra spin as it careens, and then boom, into center field. Jonathan Scope there to recover it, keeping him first and second.
7th error charged on Manny Machado. 33rd charged to the Orioles. Orioles are now 12th in the league in errors committed. 1-0 count, 1 down. Gosman asks for the timeout. Pena will come out to talk with him. Rob Refsnyder at the plate, grounded out his first time up. 2 on, 1 away. Refsnyder last year, first work in the majors, 16 games with the Yankees. Went 13 for 43 in the only at-bats he had in the majors. Kevin Gosman's 1-0 delivery. Fastball will be up and in. And Refsnyder with a 2-0 count. Aaron Hicks, who's making the start in right field, is on deck. .2-0 delivery. Again inside. So he falls behind on Refsnyder, 3-0.
Well, they are staying consistent in under the hands of Refsnyder, and he hasn't shown the aggressiveness to try to get it on the edge. Missing well off the inside corner. First 3 offerings. See there on the Mercedes pitch track. 6 or 8 inches.
3-0 delivery. Taking. Yankees come in last in batting average and next to last in runs in the league, averaging 3.8. Their on base percentage is the lowest in the American League. However, they have scored 5 or more runs in 3 straight games for just the 2nd time this year. 3-1 delivery, and he fouls that one off at the plate. So Kevin Gosman comes back on him and gets the count full, 3-2 with 1 out.
A real nice job getting back into the count. Come this far. Come up with a big pitch. And still staying consistent in the bottom of the strike zone. So he's doing what he wants with the baseball right now as far as command. Getting the movement. Good late life.
Headley at second base. Gregorius at first. 3-2 delivery. That's going to be foul back. Rebounding all the way out to the mound. Pena taking a little walk there after he's had a couple bounce off him behind the plate.
Yeah, he took that one right off the lips. Him checking the mask out. Firm fastball from Gausman. Right back and getting Pena.
Headley and Gregorius edging off. Pretty good secondary lead for Headley at second base. Orioles keeping that infield double play positioned. 3-2 delivery again, and they're loaded. So 2 walks in the inning and an error have loaded the bases up for the Yankees for Hicks.
Yeah, that's a good fastball from Gausman. Just missing at the bottom of the zone. Tough pitch to take from Refsnyder. 97 just froze him, and he gets the call from home plate umpire Brian Knight.
So here is Aaron Hicks, acquired from Minnesota for John Ryan Murphy, the catcher. He's played all 3 outfield positions this season, 1 for 1 with a double in the ball game last night. Bases loaded, 1 out. Hicks will take it, and it will miss for a ball.
Well, Hicks has been a disappointment to say the least for this Yankees team. Brought over, trying to insert some youth into the lineup. Obviously a veteran team in the Yankees, so they go out and get Hicks. But he has scuffled offensively. Boy, has he not been able to get it rolling.
1-0 the count. And he will foul that one back. Hicks, when he came up with the Minnesota Twins, was a highly discussed ball player who they really hoped was going to be a star for them and a regular for a long time, and it did not work out. And so far, as Mike says, the change of scenery hasn't done much either. He's still just 26 years old, out of San Pedro, California. .225 major league average coming into this year. 1 ball, 1 strike count. Hicks will take it. 2-1. Where these pitchers are laboring. A lot of pitches.
Yeah, they're pitching, really. They're making some pitches just around the perimeter. Good fastballs, taking a little off, trying to entice some swings, but pretty good patience, really, by both offenses, but not able to really get much going.
2 ball, 1 strike count. And a ground ball. Davis coming to the plate. Gets the one. Big play again. Chris Davis, good as anybody. We've seen him do that so many times. Accuracy with that arm, and they get Headley.
Yeah, you got to just think about how many different situations are in the head of Chris Davis right here. Bases loaded, and he's got to determine on every ball that's hit to him where to go. Right off the bat, boom, he makes his decision up. I got to come home. Great off balance athletic play there, gunning down the potential second run for the Yankees. Good play by Davis.
So Gausman wins the battle. Fielder's choice, run around at home, 2 down, bases remain loaded. Top of the order, Ellsbury a base hit. He is grounded out. He is 4 for 21 off Gausman. He takes a big rip on a pitch that ate him up, down, and in.
Good change up there from Kevin Gausman. Nice call from Francisco Pena as well. Oh, and there are going to be some aggressive hitters early in the count, especially with the bases loaded. Pull the string on a change to steal a strike.
0-1 delivery on the way to him, and that'll be fouled back, and Gausman comes right back and gets ahead on the count, 2 strikes.
And you like to see Pena giving some encouragement right there. Love that last pitch, 96-mile-an-hour fastball, and he gives a little round of applause to his starting pitcher Kevin Gausman. Try to keep that confidence up. This is a crucial part of the ball game for Gausman.
0-2. Gregorius, Refsnyder, and Hicks, the runners. Fouls that one back late on the swing up, but protected. And Ellsbury will keep his at bat alive. The Orioles left the bases loaded in the third inning. Will the Yankees do the same thing here in the top of the fourth?
You see how Kevin Gausman tries to control the lefties, the fastball moving it in and out. Occasional breaking ball with the change 33% of the time.
Gausman's 0-2. Ripped down the line, curving and foul by just that many seats.
Wow.
Ellsbury's had 11 home runs against the Orioles, and 7 of the 11 have been here.
Well, that was a short swing, a short 2-strike swing. This is all about protection right now for Ellsbury. He fouled off a high fastball with limited or no body movement. Just keep the ball away from Pena, basically, is what he's trying to do. And he just dropped the head, went down and in, heater, yanking it foul. Sounded good, and he probably felt good about that one.
So it stays at 2 strikes. Yankees loading him up. They do not have a hit. A couple of walks and an error in the inning. One more time, the 0-2. Now Kevin Gausman wants to wait, so he steps off.
Just a little time to rethink this situation. 0-2. It's an opportunity to waste a couple pitches, try to work the perimeter. Kevin might be thinking about that split finger. You want to take a chance, try to bounce one.
And he gets him. 0-2, strikes him out. Ellsbury going after it, and Gausman picks up a big K. There were no hits, but there are 3 left on base. It remains 1-0 Yankees. This rubber match, and the world this weekend remembering the great Muhammad Ali, who passed away after the long battle with Parkinson's disease. Major League Baseball among those remembering. In our Major League notebook from Dusty Baker, a tremendous loss. Ali gave us all, especially young black men, a sense of pride and strength. Derek Jeter, in the Players Journal, it was the greatest. He was one of the first athletes to speak his mind, and that opened the door for many who do so today. He always stood up for what he believed, no matter what the cost. And that has been the primary news story here this weekend, as Ali has departed, and he lived a unique life. He was a one of a kind.
Yeah, he sure was. I mean, I know in our house, if there was an Ali fight, I mean, it was is what we did.
Yeah.
I mean, you look forward to him being on TV, whether it be a weekend interview with Howard Cosell, you know, and I mean, it was always entertaining. I know my dad loved him, so in turn, that would just make it. That was just part of our life, you know, Muhammad Ali, like so many people.
Such a great boxer, and then all that he went through on the political side of it. So we go to the bottom half of the fourth inning, waiting for sunglasses to be acquired, and the pitch taken for a strike. Chris Davis leading it off, popped out his first time up. Davis, Reimold, and Scope. As CC Sabathia, 3 walks, 3 strikeouts. Couple of walks, 3 strikeouts for Kevin Gausman. Doing battle. Pitch count, as we said, up for both, but they're getting the outs. And that one to Chris Davis will be taken up and in.
Well, you hope Kevin Gausman getting out of that bases loaded jam is enough to spark this Orioles offense for him. Kevin came up with some huge pitches.
1-1 delivery. That's a strike. Chris, 222 lifetime batting average, 1 home run off CC Sabathia. Full shift put on against him. 1-2 delivery. And we foul the other way. Chris has hit 189 against left-handers this year. Of course, he's in whether it's lefty or righty. A couple of his 11 home runs have come against left-handers. Full sun, very bright. Lots of glare around the ballpark right now as the sun breaks through those high clouds. 1-2 delivery to Chris Davis, and that's there. Strikeout recorded. 2 in a row. He got Trumbo to win the last inning. Gets Davis here.
One of his firmest fastballs, 88 miles an hour. Bottom of the strike zone, and Sabathia is keeping the Orioles hitters guessing. The only 2 pitches Davis took, fastballs that were on the plate. I mean, everybody a little bit in between. You don't want to swing at a ball off the plate or break your bat. And right now it seems like a guessing game.
1 away. Reimold drew a walk his first time up. Takes the first pitch down low. On this Sunday for streaks in the majors, hit-wise, David Ortiz and Dustin Pedroia, each with 12, tied for the major league lead in consecutive ball games with a hit. 1-0 delivery. On base streak up to 33. Robinson Cano with Seattle. Charlie Blackmon, the Colorado Rockies outfielder's got 30 right behind him. Two-0 count. Sabathia's delivery will be up high, and here we go again. McCann will head out to the mound to talk to his pitcher.
Nolan had a great at bat his first AB, drawing a walk. Very patient hitter, always high on base percentage. Sabathia can't entice him. He's swinging a pitch on the edge.
.30 delivery, and he's got another walk. So with 1 away, Orioles get a man on here in the 4th inning. The day after the Orioles win and score 5 or more runs, get 50% off regular menu price online orders at papajohns.com. Promo code Orioles5. Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's. Second time Cecil's been up in the bullpen. Tight game. Joe Girardi does not want to leave Sabathia in there to the point of giving up some hits and runs. And a little help right there by Jonathan Scope. Went out of the strike zone after it. Grounded out his first time up.
Yeah, just when you think that pitch is going to drop down into the plate, it has a little tail, tailing up and out of the zone. He's shown the ability to backdoor the slider. And that fastball, just a little extra movement up in the zone.
Down the line in right and into the shirt sleeve crowd. So Sabathia getting ahead on Jonathan Scope. Pena waiting on deck. Orioles continue the homestand. Kansas City in tomorrow night. 6:30 O's extra. 7 o'clock for the ball game. Danny Duffy will be on the mound for the Royals. Orioles have not announced their starter. Probably either Mike Wright or T.J. McFarland, depending on usage today. 0-2 delivery. Had a reach for that one. Headley at third base. Second one. Relay Castro. And Sabathia gets the double play ground ball. No runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody left on base. 4 complete. 1-0 Yankees. Sunday Smiles, brought to you by Hair Cuttery, home of the Smile Back Guarantee. No small print, just big smiles. It's my man right there. Knows where he's going with that. Knows why he's got it. Knows what life's about. And if Dad, you'll stop hitting my elbow, he'll eat.
That's the best place in the world right now, isn't it?
Isn't it? In the middle of a nice bowl of ice cream. Brett Gardner will lead it off. It'll be Gardner, A-Rod, and Castro. Top of the 5th inning. Gardner's had a double, and he is grounded out. Kevin Gausman, 1 run, 4 hits against him. RBI, A-Rod, 3rd inning. Single. Giannis moves in at 3rd, and the pitch is striking the inside corner. Kevin Gausman working along here. Pretty good pace. Down to 3rd, fair ball. That's going to go into foul territory. Reimold over to get it. And Speedy Gardner has got another double. 2 in the ball game, and this one leading off the 5th.
Man, just slapping it the other way. Good look here, Giannis. Oh, you got to have some quick feet to get on that. In tight because of Gardner's speed. Drawing in, and he just slaps it by Giannis right down that left field line.
So Rodriguez will try again. He's got a 5-game hit streak extended with that single in the 3rd inning. He's 1 for 2 in the game. 5 for 10, 2 RBIs in this series. Gausman's delivery. That'll be inside for a ball. Yankees already a 1 for 6 with runners in scoring position in the ball game. 1-0 count. Gausman continuing to be very tough, coming in with that 167 average in these situations. Rodriguez on the big cut. 1-1.
Alex Rodriguez actually looking to drive the ball to the other side of the field, pulling the hands in tight. Actually moving his body back away from the plate. Try to shoot it to Jonathan Scope. Advance Gardner on the third.
Yankees tied for last as a team in these situations, hitting just .219. Scope sneaks in, pickoff move. Manny Machado, rather. Kind of had Gardner off the bag there.
Oh yeah, he's creeping for sure. Good speed. Good opportunity. A lot of things. Good base stealers, obviously real good at stealing third base. Manny sneaking in behind Gardner. And even if they don't pick him off, good to get in his head that you're willing to throw back there.
1-1 delivery on the way. A-Rod to the glove. Got a chance at third. Gausman throws. Got him! Big out. Gausman with a quick decision on Gardner and takes out the lead runner. Girardi says, hang on, we want to look at it on the video.
Yeah, it's going to be a close play. Nice decision by Kevin Gausman. Snaring it. And a quick turn and throw to Giannis. Question is, did Gardner's left hand get to the back part of the base? Oh, I think Giannis slapped it on him.
No challenge. Oh, a big out taken. Giannis with a tag at third eliminates Gardner. Now a runner at first base with one down. Well, that's a great way to take off a leadoff double.
Yeah. Nice play by Gausman. Good pitch.
Here's Starlin Castro. Castro had the 0 for 2. Runner off first now, and he'll foul that one back. Castro batting in the cleanup spot in the lineup because he has been hitting the baseball. Comes in with a 3-game hit streak. He's had 18 extra base hits on the season. Big 3 for 5. Couple of RBIs in last night's game. Great location by Gausman. 0-2.
Beautiful pitch there. 94 miles an hour, so holding a good velocity. And the late movement. Very impressed with how he's commanding the fastball arm side. Not making many, if any, mistakes on the plate on the inside corner of the righties. He's making sure he gets it in there today.
0-2 delivery on the way, and it got him on the outside corner. In and out as Godman throws him with that pitch and gets his 4th strikeout.
Yeah, good luck here. Unbelievable fastball. 97 after working in. You think you're getting sped up with 94. Try getting 97 down and away.
Gausman had the longest start of his career, tied it in that outing against the Yankees where he got 8 innings, no runs on 3 hits this year. But of course, non-decision. Game just like this, where the Orioles cannot get runs when he's on the mound. Brian McCann. McCann will take the pitch for a strike. Gausman listed at 2 runs per start. And for him, it's got to seem like that's 1 run high.
Yeah.
0-1 delivery on the way, out in front of it. Fair ball. Gets over there to cover Gausman, and the flip made. McCann is retired. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on base. Orioles will have Pena, Giannis, Jones due up after they get this to end the inning.
set. How about this for defense? Whoa, 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 what happened there? Off the end of the glove, potential double play ball. Another chance off the glove of Machado. Runners hold at first and second. Kevin Gausman starts to bear down. Defense helps him as well. Davis, beautiful play, gunning down. Potential run at the plate, and Ellsbury, the nasty change down and away to get out of the bases loaded jam. Kevin Gausman pitching beautifully right now. 1-0 lead for the Yankees. Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com for a free rate quote.
Real good pitchers duel underway. Up to 83, Sabathia. Yankees have had bullpen action twice. As Mike said earlier, try and hold him to 100 or less pitches. That one is going to be in there for a strike as we go to the bottom half of the 5th inning. Pena drew a walk his first time up. Francisco Pena with Caleb Joseph out on the DL, getting his chance. 0-1 pitch, ground ball right back through the middle, could be a base hit. Shortstop hard throw in the dirt, gets away. Pena will get back to the bag. So Sabathia trying to knock it down. Gregorius got there, tried to make the throw. Neither worked.
Yeah, this could be the break the Orioles need here. A soft comebacker. CC can't time it right. Gregorius, the throw to Refsnyder. A little offline. How about this? Oh, sees it get by. Turn it into second, third, fourth gear. Safe. Ball gets away from Refsnyder. Then how about hustling back to the bag? Kirby there. He was going to throw him back there.
Francisco Pena picked up 1 base hit last year with Kansas City. Now he's got another one, and potential big one. Leadoff hit here in the 5th. Paul Janisch in at third. Headley. Rest of the infield double play depth. Does square, tried to push one. That one caught McCann. And an 0-1 count. McCann trying to come up when he saw Giannis square up, ends up in a bad position when the ball gets bunted backwards.
Yeah, you get exposed a little bit. Start coming out to make a play potentially in front of home plate. Giannis kind of jabbing there, poking it foul into McCann's body.
0-1 delivery on the way, not bunting this time, fouls it away. The Giannis behind on the count 0-2, trying to push that ball through that hole on the right side. Refsnyder holding, Castro playing over to the bag, a lot of room. The old 3-Mac truck hole between first and second base. Oh, 2 delivery, Sabathia. Gets that one up high, leaves it. 1 ball, 2 strike count. Real grinded out ball game for this rubber match. The Orioles coming away with the 6-5 win in the first one. Yankees 8-6 last night, and this one, at least for now, not an offensive affair. But neither was last night's until the Orioles got into it late. 1-2 pitch on the way, and hit him right in the backside. That's one for the O's.
There you go. Paul Janisch missing the first pitch bunt attempt, so probably in his head wanting to do something to make up for it. How about taking one for the team? The cutter. And he buries, not down and in, on the hip of Janisch. You know, the Orioles threatening. Runners at first and second, and no outs.
Here's Adam Jones. Orioles down a run here, 1-0. Adam grounded out, hit into a fielder's choice. First 2 at bats. Now Sabathia. This is the 3rd time up in the bullpen for him. Sessa again. So they either use him here or lose him. 2 on. Nobody out. Even with the bag is Headley at third. He's in. Jones pops it up. Shallow center. Looking for help. Ellsbury will come and get it. Castro started out. I don't think he could find the baseball with the glare. So he literally just started staring towards center field.
Yeah, looking for help right away.
He got it from Ellsbury. So Adam Jones is retired. Orioles 0 for 2 with runners in scoring position today. Chance goes to Rickard. Rickard has had the 12 pitch at bats twice. Got a single his last time, struck out his first time.
Well, this is a good ambush opportunity here. Seeing all those pitches, Rickard should pick his one spot and look to buggy whip.
And is there for a strike. 87. Hasn't thrown a lot of those in the game.
Hasn't really thrown a lot of pitches in the middle of the plate.
No.
You know, working the edges, a lot of jam shots.
Rickard 286 with an RBI opportunity. Asks for a timeout. Oh, 1 down. Sabathia delivers over the top, will miss up high with it. Toronto's beating Boston 5-0. They're in the 7th already. Red Sox have the game lead, but tied in the loss column with the Orioles for the division lead. Royals coming in here next. Cleveland's ahead of them 5-0 in the 6th inning. 1 ball, 1 strike delivery on the way, and that's going to be down low. So Rickard continues to refuse to swing at anything that's not a strike. 2-1.
Like to see that. These guys got a little match going on of their own. First inning, after Rickard worked the count. 12 pitches. CeCe struck him out. Next at bat, much of the same. Rickard won that one, and here you go, clutch time in the ball game.
2-1 delivery on the way from Sabathia. Did not go. Todd Titchener down at first base. The Sabathia again in a jam.
Close.
3-1, 1 down. Pena started with a single on its second. Giannis hit by a pitch on it first. 3-1 delivery. Down to third base. Headley's got it. 1. Not 2. Runner stays at third. Pena. Too much speed by Rickard to turn that one into a double play. Fielder's choice will put runners at first and third, 2 down.
Now Rickard getting out of the box pretty good there. Ground ball to Headley, and it's not enough to beat the speed of Rickard.
So Manny Machado will get his second chance in an RBI opportunity. He came up in the 3rd inning. Runners at first and third, 2 down, drew a walk. Then Trumbo would strike out with the bases loaded. Yankees 4th inning had a similar opportunity, 2 walks and an error. They loaded the bases up, and with 1 away couldn't score. Machado also has popped out. 2 down. And he will take the pitch down low for a ball. Got to believe this will be the last inning for Sabathia.
I would think. He's had a couple tough innings, high pitch count innings. And in fact, he hasn't thrown over 100 yet this year.
1-0 delivery. That's assuming he can get through it. A 2-0 count to Manny Machado. He's mixed it up pretty good, both in what he's throwing and how he's getting his outs. Sabathia with a 2-0 pitch. Breaking ball misses. So again, he falls behind on Manny Machado with 2 on, 3-0.
Oh, did you ask the green light? I say green light.
Yes. 3-0 delivery, and he takes up high. Never got anything to swing at. That's 5 walks by CC Sabathia. The bases are loaded again, and again it's Trumbo. He has struck out twice. The last time was with the bases loaded in the 3rd. And he gets another chance. Joe Girardi deciding he's going to give Sabathia a chance to at least work to Trumbo, in light of the fact he has struck him out twice, even though Trumbo is 6 for 21 off him with a home run. And McCann again will head out.
Well, and you know, Trumbo's had time to go and review his first 2 at bats. See what Sabathia is trying to do to him. Always trying to get him out. Very cerebral player. See Sabathia today versus the righties. Not a lot of fastballs. 59% changeup. So slow, slow, and slower. Breaking ball, the slowest pitch in the 70s.
2 down. Sacks full. Trumbo really talking to himself. 0-1 pitch. Saw him just kind of grit his teeth on that one.
Well, it's frustrating when you can square up a 95-mile-an-hour fastball and swing through a 79-mile-an-hour pitch.
Trying to time Sabathia. Here's the 0-1 delivery on the way. Fouled away upstairs. Sabathia's come right at him in all 3 of these at bats today. And again gets ahead on the count 0-2. Sabathia ready with it. 0-2 delivery to Trumbo, and he did it again. He has struck Trumbo out 3 times, twice with the bases loaded. So the Orioles, no runs, 1 hit. They lead 3. The Yankees still lead 1-0. Community hero. There he is right there. Captain Florent Groberg, United States Army captain, 2012. He was a task force commander, Afghanistan. Broke up a would-be suicide attempt against his unit. Suffered multiple injuries, 3 years of recovery at Walter Reed. Was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor in 2015. Captain Florent Groberg. Wow.
Yeah, amazing, right? That's what they do, willing to give their life.
Yeah. As they say, old men start wars and send young men off to fight them. A 1-0 lead for the Yankees as we go to the 6th inning. chances for both ball clubs that they've not been able to convert. Headley with a single is hit into a fielder's choice and will take the pitch away for a ball. Gregorius, Refsnyder to follow here in the 6th inning. Each team has left 7 on base. And a check swing and did go around. Tony Randazzo down at third base. Full switch on in the infield as they move it around. Headley found a hole in the 2nd inning and got a base hit in what little room he had out there in right field. Gardner, his skipper, fouled away. For Kevin Gosman, our Express Stat, Express Care, a LifeBridge health partner. For locations, visit whywait.com.
How about the highest strikeout to walk ratio in first 50 major league starts? Gosman leading the way over Mike Mussina. Moose back 91 to 93, 262, but Gosman over 3.
And he finds another hole. Puts that one into right center field. He'll stop at first base with a single. Rickard gets it back in. So Headley's on 2 hits, 2 for 3 in the ball game. He is 5 for 11 in the series.
Well, just leaving Gosman shaking his head. How do you get him out?
So the leadoff man is on. Yankees have had the leadoff man on each of the last 3 innings and have not scored. A walk, a double, and now a single. Didi Gregorius reached on an error and is popped out. Giannis on the grass at third. Does not show bunt and will take the pitch away for a ball. Kevin Gosman helping out the numbers on the starting rotation over the last 10 games. The ERA starters 6.68. That covers a 19 game span with that ERA. Down to first and foul, and only 1 quality start in the last 10. There is TJ McFarland. If he has to come in, that means he will not start the ball game tomorrow. In fact, the very fact he's warming up would kind of indicate he's not going to start tomorrow. 1 ball, 1 strike count. A taffy pull of a ball game here at Camden Yards on this Sunday. Runner off first, now bunts. It's a beauty. Giannis bobbled it and won't get him. One of the surest set of hands in all of baseball, and he could not pick that ball up.
Oh, nice bunt right here, but yeah, Giannis, I've never seen him do this, and I think just catching it a little deep, you see the glove and that back foot about lined up. Typically he'll see him keep the eyes out in front. That ball gets behind him, can't catch it clean and find the handle. Well, the Yankees runner in scoring position.
They're going to call that a base hit. Sorry. Here's Refsnyder. And now Joe Espana, third base coach, will come down. Big at bat in this game again when just the 1-0 score with the Yankees on top. Would Refsnyder bunt here? You've got Hicks, the number 9 hitter, waiting on deck. Headley, Gregorius of the base runners. Giannis will start out even with the bag at third. Davis behind the runner at first. Refsnyder will take the pitch for a strike. Girardi relays the signs. Now we'll see if he intends to bunt. Giannis doesn't think so. He backs up. 0-1 delivery. Will miss down low. 1 ball and 1 strike. Yankees have had a base runner on, at least 1, in all 6 innings. The Orioles were retired in order in the first inning. That's the only 1-2-3 inning of the game. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Ground ball to short. Manny Machado's got it. Jonathan Scope relay over to first. They get the double play. Boy, have these pitchers been able to do what needs to be done.
Yeah, big double play. Machado and Scope. Nice pitch by Gausman, inducing the 6-4-3. And help to kind of take a little bit out of this inning.
So that puts a runner at third base, but 2 down, and brings up Aaron Hicks. Hicks, the start in right field, 0 for 2 with a strikeout and is hit into a fielder's choice. Gausman's delivery to him, foul back over the screen. A game in which runs have really become hard to come by. 0-1. CC Sabathia. Looks like he is done, and Yates will be coming on to pitch.
Yeah, let the bullpens get tested. Both starting pitchers, pretty impressive job getting themselves out of jams. Not a lot of hard hit balls.
Sabathia hoping for a run. 0-1 pitch on the way, and that is a strike at the knees. And Kevin Gausman gets ahead of Hicks, wanting to end it right here, not turn this over to the top of the order. Getting his ground balls today. A couple of walks, 4 strikeouts for Kevin. Orioles also are going to start stretching out the bullpen. 0-2 pitch by Gausman. Hicks puts it in the air to center. Jones with that glare finds it and puts it away. So no runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on. Yankees up 1-0. And by First National Bank, redefining convenience in banking. Gary Thorne and Mike Bordick. If you're around the Baltimore area, make sure you check out the tall ships. I believe there are 4 that are in harbor now. 1 over at Fells Point. I think it's the Juan Sebastian Castro. One of the largest tall ships I've ever seen. Absolutely beautiful, especially at night, all lit up. Oh, gorgeous, gorgeous ship. CC Sabathia's back out. Mike and I are speculating it's only to face Chris Davis. Get the lefty on lefty. Their bullpen's ready to go. Sabathia's reached the limit where the Yankees like to get him out of the ball game. Davis has struck out and popped out. Reimold and then Scope, a couple of right-handers, will be due up here in the bottom of the 6th inning. RBI by A-Rod in the 3rd, the only run on the board. Davis will take it. Buck Showalter with his manager. Manny Machado words.
Huh.
Don't know. We've
Yeah.
seen a couple of those. We saw Girardi talking to Gardner over
right.
there pretty earnestly. Don't know what that was about either. Fouled off.
Well, there have been a couple situations in the game. Bunt situations potentially.
Yeah.
Just I know Buck likes to talk shop with his players, and there may have been a situation that last inning he just might want to review.
Yeah. 2-ball, 1-strike delivery on the way. Well, the count goes to 2-2. Sabathia's issued 5 walks in the ball game, gotten away with it. 5 strikeouts to go along with it. The walks, the most he's given up this year. He gave up 4 against the Tigers in his very first start of the season. 2-2 pitch. Davis lifts it foul the other way. A run scored in the 3rd on a single by Ellsbury, moved up on a wild pitch, went to 3rd on a ground ball and scored on the base hit by Rodriguez with 2 down. That's it. We'll see with lefty righty Brock and McFarland. 2-2 pitch. Again fouled off to hold the count.
A lot of balls pulled foul. Both lines. Sabathia keeping hitters out in front and off balance.
Left-handers 2-2 delivery. Chris will ground that one foul as well.
I think it's pretty amazing they're letting them go this far in the ball game after they've been so careful with them all year long.
109.
Yeah.
2-2 delivery and comes in. So Sabathia takes the count full on Chris Davis. 3 balls and 2 strikes. The Orioles had a leadoff walk in the 3rd inning. They could not convert. Leadoff single in the 5th inning that they could not convert to a run. Full count delivery on the way to Chris, and he's on with a walk. So 6 walks surrendered, and keeping him in against Davis did not get it done. Girardi will come out to get his left-hander. Sabathia will have a chance to win his 4th of the year, but the Yankee bullpen is going to have to do the job in order to give him that chance. So Sabathia out of there. Our pitching change brought to you by Jiffy Lube, where participating stores now do brake services. Stop in and let Jiffy Lube inspect your brakes today.
pitch arsenal comparison, a lot of changeups. I think a few of those may have been just BP fastballs. I'm not sure, but whatever he was flipping up there, it was keeping the Orioles offense off balance, only lasting the 5 innings. Took him 111 pitches to work through it, though. 6 walks from Sabathia, 5 Ks, and he'll give way to Kirby Yates. The fastball 58% of the time. Low to mid 90s with that heater. The breaking ball has the curve and the slider, and the occasional change. 22 games, couple wins, 3.86 earned run average, 23 punch outs, and 21 innings of work. You get opponent batting average just 208, and he's only given up the 1 long ball. Used quite a bit here recently. He has inherited runners stranded at 63%, 5-8.
So Chris Davis on at first base with the leadoff walk. Reimold up. He's drawn 2 walks in the game. The 6 walks by Sabathia ties a career high for him. 5th time in his career he's given up 6 walks in a ball game. Reimold will take the strike. Kirby Yates on for the 4th time against the Orioles this year. He's 0 for 1 in a save opportunity and has no record against the Orioles this season. 2 innings, couple of hits, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts. Orioles have not seen a lot of Yates as far as plate appearances are concerned. Fouled off the end of the bat. And the count goes to 0-2.
And that 93-mile-an-hour fastball, well, he looks like about 120 right now after Sabathia working most of his pitches in the mid-80s.
Yates was on the DL earlier. Sabathia being cooled down. 0-2 pitch on the way. And get away. 1-2 to Reimold.
Up and in fastball. Get off my plate, trying to open up that outside corner. Nice job getting out of the way by Reimold, turning the face away.
Davis short lead at first. 1-2 delivery to him. Reimold that set him up. Up and in, down and away. As old as baseball, and 1 away.
Yeah, and executed here perfectly by Yates. A little two-seamer coming back on that outer third. After 94 up and in. With a good pitch, and you see Nolan reaching the outside corner.
With 1 down, Jonathan Scope. He is hit into a double play and grounded out. Couple of hits in 10 at-bats in this series. Scope is 6 for 21 this year against the Yankees. Yates. A look over at Davis, not going anywhere at first. Scope will put it up in the air, and that'll be back towards the screen and out of play. On Tuesday, don't miss your chance to meet Orioles pitcher Dylan Bundy. He signs autographs and meets fans at the official Orioles team store in the York Galleria from 11 until noon. You can browse through the official gear there at the store and meet Dylan, get an autograph. It's going to be Tuesday 11 till noon. The York Galleria at the Orioles official team store. For appearances by players, go to OriolesReach.com. 0-1 delivery on the way, jammed him behind second base. Gregorius backpedaling, puts it away. There are 2 down. Our PNC minor league report. PNC for the achiever in you.
How about Alex Murphy? Signed in the 6th round back in 2013 out of local high school Calvert Hall here in Baltimore, and he's been heating up. Last 10 games, 7 hits, 6 home runs, a double, 8 RBI, and 7 runs. Pretty solid year as well. 50 hits with 9 homers. The young catcher, Alex Murphy.
Francisco Pena, base hit and a walk for the Oriole catcher. Yates with a good pitch down and away to him. 0-1. The bottom half of the 6th inning. A duel to claim this rubber match of the series. As two pitchers, Sabathia and Gausman, have worked hard at it and been able to keep it at a 1-0 game. Yates with the 0-1, and that'll miss.
Well, the Orioles have been playing some pretty good comeback baseball here lately. We're hoping the bats start getting energized in the final third of this ball game. They've had some opportunities. Both teams really the big hit eluding the Yankees and O's.
One ball, one strike count. Okay, big time cut at that one and fouls it back. 1 ball, 2 strike count. Say you want to win a meet and greet with Orioles All-Star closer Zach Britton. Check out Masson Orioles on Twitter. Tag your tweets with the ballpark style for your chance to win. That's twitter.com/Masson Orioles. Brought to you by Hair Cuttery, where you get a free relaxing shampoo with every haircut. One ball, 2 strike count on Pena. And that's down low. Marco Estrada has been pitching a no-hitter against the Red Sox today to the 8th inning. Chris Young got a home run. Toronto leads 5-1. Two ball, 2 strike count. Pena. Davis at first, leadoff walk, but there are 2 away. Reaches and fouls it off the other way.
Nice job extending the at bat. Yates primarily the fastball slider to the right-handed hitters. That slider staying up enough. Pena to keep it going.
Two delivery. Even the crowd moaned on that one. Close, but not quite. So another 3-2 count. Yates. 3-2. Girardi will, with a right-handed batter, uphold Davis at first base. Ref Snyder will stay on the bag. Don't want him having that extra couple of steps if you move behind him. And another at least 7 pitch at bat in this game. 3-2, runner goes and got him. So Yates comes on, gets a couple of strikeouts. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 left on base. We've completed 6, and it remains a 1-0 Yankee lead. The game, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite.
How about Kevin Gausman fielding his position here? Hot one, Hopper. off the daytime dirt. Kevin Gausman, a smart decision. The Yankees threatening here. Doesn't waste any time gunning down Gardner at third base. Nice tag by Giannis to avoid a Yankees threat. Kevin Gausman out of the ball game with the score 1-0. Let's take a look at the Maryland Live Casino. Inside the numbers, Kevin Gausman's pitch arsenal. The fastball at 69%. Occasional breaking ball. Good change 22% of the time. Had to work through 6 strong innings. Only giving up the 1 earned run. He'll give way to TJ McFarland. Fastball 66% of the time. Good two-seamer. Nice ground ball action. Throws it in the low 90s. The slider and then the change. He'll play off that fastball. 4.40 earned run average. Holding opponents to that 241 batting average.
TJ McFarland, top of the 7th inning. And the pitch taken for a strike by Jacoby Ellsbury. Ellsbury scored the only run of the game. He got a base hit third, wild pitch to second, ground ball to third, A-Rod single to score. He's had 3 hits and 11 at bats in the series. So again, Kevin Gausman's not going to get his first win of the year. Could take a loss, but he's given the Orioles yet another chance to win. Orioles 3-5 in the 8 starts Gausman has made this year, and Kevin sitting on the bench over there wondering where are the runs. McFarland starts it with a strikeout, 1 down, Ellsbury gone.
Quick work there from TJ McFarland. Very aggressive in the zone. A couple fastballs, and how about burying that two-seamer? 93 getting on top, working it to the bottom of the zone, and Ellsbury over the top.
So Ellsbury now 2 for 17 off McFarland, and Gardner's 2 for 13 standing in.
Should Kevin change his name, use an alias when he starts?
I think so.
Man,
just go out there as anything. Ooh, almost wiping out a Yankee on that railing over there. That came over, I mean, in a heartbeat. The guy's leaning out watching the ball game. Roland Torreyes was the one who was up there with the sunglasses on. He's our backup he's our emergency catcher.
Yeah, he should be in the clubhouse.
Yeah,
be careful.
Gardner will take that one for a strike. McFarland's 3rd game against the Yankees this year. He's given up 3 runs, 4 hits in the 2 previous innings worked. Dylan Betances getting ready in the bullpen. Gardner, 2 doubles and a ground ball out. Got thrown out on that play like was just talking about in the 5th inning at third base. 1-2. Farland's delivery down the line the other way and foul. For Gardner this season against the left-handers, just 176. 246 against righties. So McFarland coming on here to work to the top of the order that's got these lefties. Ellsbury, Gardner, McCann hitting 5th. 1-2 will just miss inside.
Good pitch by TJ. Working the edges here with the fastball. Aggressive with that heater. Just missing down and in.
Here's the 2-2 delivery. Breaking ball to left field. That's going to be a base hit. So Gardner just went with it. He'll pick up a 1-out single here in the 7th. 8th hit for the Yankees. Father's Day weekend coming up. Birdland memories to be made here at the ballpark. Jays will be in town Friday, June 17. Fireworks night presented by BGE. Saturday, first 10,000 men 18 and over get the O's barbecue tool set presented by BGE. 4:05 afternoon showdown. Then on Sunday, the first 10,000 men get the Father's Day Newsboy cap, and the kids get to run the bases after. Orioles.com for tips. A-Rod, ground ball to the hole. That's going to be a base hit. Reimold will pick it up. Gardner stops at second base. Second hit of the ball game for A-Rod, who has the only RBI. And the Yankees have runners at first and second, one out.
Well, TJ getting the ground ball, but Alex Rodriguez finding the hole. Drier dirt kind of shooting it through a little quicker in the daytime. Just eluding the diving effort of Giannis.
So the Yankees threatening here, and they will get Castro to the plate. Castro hitting .264 off left-handers with a couple of home runs. Starlin Castro, 2 on and 1 out. Yankees now with 9 hits in the game. McFarland gets it in down low. And Pena actually did imitate his dad as he caught that ball.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Did the splits right there?
He did the splits right there.
Nice.
That's the way Tony used to. Mike was talking about Tony would set up that way. Francisco doesn't do that, but he did turn that leg out in making that stop. 1-0 count. And that's down low, blocked again by Pena. So Castro will get ahead on the count 2-0 with McCann waiting on deck.
Francisco's done a really good job in the 2 games he's caught. Working hard here to keep the ball in front. Gardner at second base, so a good block. The glove as low as possible. And the eyes come up to check out Gardner.
Orioles have held Castro down to the 0 for today. He's had 4 games with 3 hits or more this season, and he goes the other way down the line, and that will be a foul ball. So a 2-ball 1 strikeout. Starlin Castro, their second baseman, trying to pick up an RBI. Gardner at second, real good speed. A-Rod at first. A-Rod's able to get it a big lead. The infield moved around, so Chris Davis is more towards second. 2-1 delivery on the way. Off the fists and back.
TJ, great ground ball pitcher. He would love to get one of those grounders right here. Get out of this inning as the Yankees threaten again.
Here's the 2-2 again, and eats him up. So McFarland, a big strikeout. That's his second. 2 down.
The strikeouts he's had, he's really gotten on top. The 2-seamer just driving it downhill. Ellsbury over the top, and now Castro going down. 2 strikeouts in the inning for TJ.
That one skipping across the plate. So here's McCann, 0 for 2 and a walk in the game. Get a lefty on lefty. McCann has picked up 3 hits and 9 chances against McFarland, hitting only .184 off left-handers this year. And we'll take the first pitch for a ball. So TJ McFarland out of the bullpen. Long man for the Orioles, seen as a starter for the future. Was one of 2 Buck had on the list for tomorrow if he didn't work in this game. 1-0 delivery, and that'll be way inside. Bounces away. Pena looked as though he wanted to make a pickoff throw to second base, and when he came up to do it, I think he hit the home plate umpire Brian Knight.
Yeah, that was kind of a weird look. Looked like it was in his glove, and then just kind of whipped out. Take a look right here. Up and in fastball. Got in the web, but didn't quite stick. And he came to make the transfer. Ball just skips away. In the glove for a second. Not able to hang on to it on the web. Gardner keeps his eyes on Pena and able to read that. Easily get into third base. Rodriguez following in the second.
So the pass ball puts two in scoring position and makes this Ryan McCann at bat that much more important. The Orioles with two down can stay in the full shift. Just get the hitter out of there. McCann 2-0. Lifts it in the air, right field. Rickard moves over and puts it away. Another big out. Seventh inning stretch time, Camden Yards. It's the Yankees 1 and the Orioles nothing. Nothing lead. Seventh inning stretch time here. Earlier today, special recognition for Jim Gorman, who is in the wheelchair there. He and his brother Steve on hand. Jim has MSA, a degenerative nerve disease. The brothers are longtime Oriole fans, and a chance to talk with them before the ball game as Steve talked about exactly what MSA is.
This is a disease that's often misdiagnosed as Parkinson's initially, or any number of other neurodegenerative diseases. So honing in on this one, it is key, and early diagnosis is key so that it can be treated along the way. And as you referenced, the Angeles family and the club has really extended themselves, and we're eternally grateful for that.
Well, I'll tell you what, Steve Gorman, I'm sure a lot of people familiar with, drummer for the Black Crowes. And his brother played basketball at Morgan State. So a couple guys that grew up in the Baltimore area, big time Orioles fans. And if you have or need more information on the multiple systems atrophy coalition, here it is. 4 pillar missions of the MSA coalition: support for patients and caregivers, education for the MSA, financing cause, peer research, promoting greater awareness. And for more info and to donate, multiplesystemtrophy.org. Support hotline is 866-737-5999.
So Sabathia left for Yates. Yates got 3 outs. He has left, and they will go now to the big 3 in the bullpen.
Yeah, Dylan Betances into the ball game. Big time arm, but likes his breaking ball. Fastball only 38% of the time. 95 to 100 with the heater, but the breaking ball his go-to pitch. Couple wins, 3.04 earned run average in 27 games, 52 punch outs in 26 2/3 innings of work. A lot of swing and misses, holding opponents down to the 204 overall batting average. He has given up the 3 long balls though, and the Orioles were able to get to him in the first game of this 3-game set.
Betances' 4th game against the Orioles. He's 0-1. He's given up a run on 2 hits in 2 2/3 innings, 4 strikeouts and a walk. Ryan Flaherty will be in for Yanis in the 9-hole to get the left-hander up against Betances. 10 left on by the Yankees, 8 left on by the Orioles today. Betances delivers, and Flaherty will take the pitch inside for a ball. This has been a game of opportunities not taken advantage of. Yankees 1 for 11 with runners in scoring position. The Orioles 0 for 4. And Flaherty will swing through that one. This is the rubber match of this 3-game set, coming down to the final precious outs of this ball game. Flaherty 1 for 5 off Betances. We'll take it for a strike. 98.
And there's a good fastball. Betances 6'8". So big man on the bump. That 98 gets on you just a little bit quicker.
Here's the 1-2. Fouled away. Ryan in a better position probably than anyone who started the game as far as being able to time up Betances. He didn't have to watch and try and hit Sabathia and get used to all the off-speed stuff. So he can just kind of go out fresh, if you will. 1-2 delivery on the way. Ground ball towards the middle. It's going to be a tough out. Throw made off the mark. Base hit. Gregorius could not get himself in a position to make that play, and Flaherty gets a pinch hit single to lead off the 7th inning.
Nice job by Ryan Flaherty doing whatever he can to get on base. Just ended a 5-game hit streak, but here staying on the breaking ball and putting in a spot, making it a very difficult play for Gregorius. A little backhand running play. And as he's making that throw, all the momentum heading towards third base, the ball goes with him, pulling it. He didn't pull it, he left it sailing up the line. Flaherty on.
So the Orioles get that potential tying run on. Adam Jones 0 for 3. Betances delivers to him. Wild swing on a pitch down and away. Flaherty will stay as McCann was able to keep that ball out in front. Adam is 2 for 10 off Betances. Get a ball up in the air. You're going to get a little more help than you would have earlier in the afternoon. Breeze has picked up considerably, blowing out towards center. 0-1 the count. Jones, that one inside to him off the fist. 0-2.
Well, we've seen it from Adam Jones. Yeah, he's susceptible to the slider bouncing in the dirt. When you make a mistake on the plate with a breaking ball, it's going a long way. Adam Jones seeing the ball much better. Bat path a little cleaner for Adam. Knows where the bat head is right now, and he's been picking up some big hits for the Orioles recently.
0-2 delivery on the way. Betances took the loss in game 1 coming out of the bullpen. He allowed a run on the 2 hits, a couple of strikeouts. 3rd loss of the year for Betances. The reason the wind is picking up, dark clouds, thunderstorms around in the area. Ground ball, that'll go to short. Runner was going, only plays at first. Gregorius makes the play. Flaherty, though, is down at second base. 1 out. This copyrighted telecast presented by authority of the Orioles may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Orioles. 28,807, 807. On this Sunday afternoon at the ballpark, Young-Soo Kim is going to be the pinch hitter for Rickert, with a right-hander on the mound. Kim, of course, has been consistently good since taking over that job in left field, not going against the left-handed starter today. He started 10 of the last 11 games for the Orioles in left. Kim will take the pitch, an RBI opportunity. There's the off-speed delivery. 0-1. 1 down. Flaherty's on at second. Yankees have a 1-0 lead. We're in the 7th.
Kim seeing the ball well right now. A lot of hard work to get to this point. A little 4-game hitting streak.
Gets the outside corner. He's 4 for 9 against the Yankees in this series. There is Flaherty. And the Orioles at least pick up one here to get this game tied. 0-2 delivery on the way. La la.
Take a look at the Mercedes pitch track. The hard breaking ball, 86, just missing on the outside corner. Pretty hard finish on that breaking ball there.
Kim waiting on a 1-2 in the dirt. Good stop made by McCann. And a 2-ball, 2-strike count. We talk so often about pitches thrown under pressure. Not sure there's been a pitch thrown in this game that wasn't under pressure.
No.
Every pitch has mattered. Yankees 1-9-0. The Orioles 0-3-1. 3 singles for the Orioles. Rickert, Pena, Flaherty. 2-2 delivery. What was that? Did he miss it? Yes, he did. Runner at third looking. Flaherty thought about coming, but Betances gets back. Close play at first. Out called. So it is a strikeout, a put out, 2-3. And Flaherty going to third.
Well, the nasty breaking ball, and Kim forgets to run there. And no way McCann's coming down with that one. Almost hit Kim on the back leg. And then as the swing through finally picked up the ball, a little too late though. Had to bite on this breaking ball. Starting it in, finishing it in. Ooh, hit the foot. That's why he stayed there. The swing, it's a strike.
Mike Showalter looked at the video, said nope, no challenge. So now the potential tying run is at third base here in the 7th inning. There are 2 down. And Manny Machado up. 2 walks. And he is popped out. Machado with another chance here. Don't know what Joe Girardi now is looking at the video too, and is coming out to talk to Brian Knight, the home plate umpire.
Yeah, I think Joe Girardi's out there asking about whether or not the ball hit Kim, and if indeed if he swings, yeah, it's a strikeout, but if it hits him, is it a dead ball? And they got to put Flaherty back at second.
Yep.
But
no is the answer.
No.
2 down, Manny Machado. Big swing and a miss. Manny drew a walk in the 3rd inning to load the bases. Came up in the 5th inning, picked up a walk to load the bases. And in both occasions, the Orioles left them loaded and didn't score. Betances against Machado, runner at third. And he will foul that one away. Machado is 1 for 8 off Dylan Betances. Base hit here, ties it up.
I'll watch for the breaking ball in the dirt as well.
That'll miss down low. McCann takes a look. Flaherty down at third. Betances has thrown 1 wild pitch this year. 1-2 delivery. Oh my gosh. I mean, these pitchers are just coming up with every important pitch they need in this game. Manny arguing about it, but Bobby Dickerson says, let's go. We don't want you thrown out of the game. Home-plate umpire Brian Knight going, whoa. And here's the pitch. On the block. So Orioles leave a runner at third. 7 complete. Yankees still lead at 1-0. Orioles baseball on MASN is brought to you by PNC Bank, for the achiever in you, and by American Standard Heating and Air. It's their all-star sales event, up to $1,100 in instant rebates or 0% APR for 36 months. Defensive changes. We have Kim Reimel's going to go to right from left. Kim's going to stay in left field. Flaherty's at third base, and the pitch is a strike. Headley with a couple of base hits and a fielder's choice. Gregorius and then Refsnyder. TJ McFarland on for the second inning of work. We are in the 8th. 1 ball, 1 strike count on Headley. Winner of this takes 2 out of 3. Which will be inside. A little dance for him. Toronto has beaten Boston 5-4. Toronto got 5 runs early and hung on. So they've got the victory today. Orioles win would move them into first place again, ahead of Boston in the 1-loss column. Right field, in the well. Hauled in. Reimold just went out there. The ball will find you. 1 down. And after today's game, all kids 14 and under going to run the bases. This year, after every Sunday home game, the family has a chance to have a great afternoon at the ballpark, capped off by the kids getting out there and running the bases. Next one is going to be Sunday, the home game coming up June 19 at 1:35 against the Blue Jays. Tickets at Orioles.com. So McFarland gets the long out on the fly ball. Gregorius, the base hit, has reached on an error, and he is popped out. Goes after it. Davis right under his glove. So Gregorius is on. Chris tried to side saddle that and never got the glove down.
I don't understand what happened on that play. Davis usually really good about getting his angles. Over the turf, a little slippage.
The Yankees get a runner on here in the 8th inning. With 1 away, the error will be charged on Chris Davis. Orioles have their second error of the ball game. Refsnyder hit into a double play, grounded out and walked. And the throw over with Gregorius going back to the bag. You see how the Storms are kicking up the flags here wind-wise.
Yeah, I think that play Nolan made out in right field, he had to go into another gear last 20 feet. I think that wind pushed it. So, everybody better be aware of that. Got a glove on.
Strike in the inside corner. Refsnyder. Orioles had 11 errors in the first 24 games. Hardy goes on the DL. 31 games, 23 errors. Does one have anything to do with the other?
Absolutely. I think.
Yeah, I do too. Ground ball. They got a chance for 2. Jonathan Scope. There's 1. Manny over. Just no such thing as a key hit in this ball game. It's just get big outs. And both teams are doing it. Yankees up. Tomorrow, more Orioles action. The Birds going to welcome to town the world champion Kansas City Royals. Orioles have not announced their starter for tomorrow night. Danny Duffy for KC. Coverage on Masson, 6:30. O's Extra, presented by Southwest. Followed by game coverage at 7. All the access you need right here on Masson.
Take a look at the Royals there. A quick preview. 30-25 record. Second in the AL Central. They've lost the last 3 games, but they had a nice little winning streak despite losing Moustakas, Alex Gordon, and Medlin. And their catcher was down for a little bit. Perez, he caught yesterday, though. See the starters there. Ventura, Valquez, Duffy. A couple guys step it up for that team with the guys down. Hosmer, of course, the great leader, having a monster offensive year.
KC tomorrow. The Yankees right now. Bottom of the 8th. Pitch will be taken for a strike. So Gregorius has just been credited with a single in the 8th inning. Chapman, Aroldis Chapman in the pen. Dylan Betances on the mound. So we add another hit to the Yankees total, and they are up to 10. Double digits again. Oh, to the count. Mark Trumbo. Tough day. Trying to avoid that golden sombrero. 3 strikeouts. 0-2 delivery. And the pitch will be taken inside. There is Parmalee, who's come on to play at first base. Parmalee in for Refsnyder. Defensive oriented move. Here in the bottom of the 8th inning. One-two pitch. Stays away from the Betances delivery. Count will go to 2-2.
A little surprised that Parmalee hasn't gotten the starts. He may down the road. Right now playing Refsnyder over there. I'm thinking they might get a little more offensively. Parmalee, a real good defensive first baseman.
2-2 delivery. Betances up. This is Betances' 28th game. Miller's been in for 23. You wonder, can you keep that pace up of games of appearances for the bullpen guys? Don't know. Betances certainly able to throw a lot of innings, and he surrenders the walk. So Trumbo is on with a leadoff walk in the 8th inning. Sabathia walked 6, equaling a career high. Yates did not issue a walk, and Betances issued his first.
Well, pretty good at bat right there from Trumbo after the 3 strikeouts. Really bearing down, not chasing, expanding the zone. Gets himself on base for the crusher.
Mano a mano right here. Pitch will be outside. Betances appearing a little bit all over the place here. Chris Davis 1 for 10 off Betances. Thunderstorms moving in. We're not only battling teams here, but time, because Mother Nature's about ready to take over. 1-0 delivery on the way up the middle. That's through for a base hit. Trumbo will make a turn and stay. So Davis delivers the single, and the Orioles here in the 8th inning trying for yet another comeback. 2 on and nobody out.
Davis taking it right back through the box. The elevated pitch, getting on top. A little top spin lob over the head of the Betances, and then the diving effort. Scooting on out to center field. Trumbo has to freeze on the line drive, so he'll hold his ground at second base.
Well, the Orioles, the real shot here. They're talking about defense now as Headley comes over. Fans are booing the delay. Zach Britton is ready in the bullpen. And skies are darkening in a hurry. Nolan Reimold. Reimold 0 for 2 against Betances. Pitch is there for a strike, 96. Trumbo at second base. Davis on at first. The Orioles 4 hits, all singles. Trying to pick up an RBI to at least get it tied. 0 for 6 today in these situations. 28,000 plus with a chance. Reimold takes it. It is in there. Breaking ball at 83. 0-2.
Paints a fastball on the outside corner, and then a pretty good slider right there. Bottom of that zone, a little bigger.
Oh-2 delivery on the way, off the end of the bat and foul. Lights have been on, so they are taking effect now with the dark clouds settling over Camden Yards. Nolan Reimold with Scope on deck. Betances the 0-2 in off the hands, and a 1-ball 2-strike count. Leader among relievers in strikeouts by far, Dylan Betances. Mentioned the other night how if you put him on a 9-inning basis, strikeouts for 9 innings are almost 18. 1-2 delivery. Reimold will take it away.
What a bat here. A couple good ones in this inning.
Trumbo the lead at second, a good secondary lead. They're not trying to hold him. 2-2 delivery on the way. Look at the dust. Whoa. Right as that pitch was coming in, a big swirl of dust right into the batter's box. Look at that. That's dust coming from right field. I don't want to be hitting against anyone, much less Betances, with a dust storm. Wind is whipping. 3-2 delivery. Strike him out.
Nice at bat from Reimold, but Betances winning, challenging. Hit it if you can. 97. Reimold swinging through.
Third strikeout for Betances. That will be it. Betances will be coming out, and Aroldis Chapman will be coming on here in the 8th inning. that's being made. The grounds crew came out. The rains have started, wind whipping everything around here, so we're going to have a delay in the 8th inning with 2 on and 1 out. Joe Girardi just gone out to make the change to bring Aroldis Chapman in, so this tight ball game is going to have a respite, and then we'll see.
Yeah, well, maybe somebody can get a big hit, you know, with the few outs that are remaining. There have been plenty of opportunities today, but you know, you give the credit to the pitchers who've come up with some big pitches and some big jams, and the inability to get that big hit for both teams has led to this real tight ball game.
Yep, a lot of people left on base, and the pitchers have done a great job in the toughest situations here. All right, we're going to go to alternate programming, ESPN News, as soon as we're ready to get this one started. We will be back, of course. It's just a 1-run ball game. Yankees on top, 1-0. It is the rubber match, and down to the end here, so they're going to wait and hopefully get this one in and complete it. When they're ready, we'll be back. Bottom of the hour, we'll check in and let you know where we are. Until then, enjoy our alternate programming and hopefully back to baseball as soon as possible. Nothing lead over the Orioles in the 8th inning with 2 on and 1 down. It began to sprinkle. So Mike, the always prepared, Mike Bordick.
Well, we're not supposed to get these until Tuesday, but I made a call.
You have pull.
Absolutely.
You do have pull.
Yeah.
So we have the umbrella. First 20,000 Tuesday.
Yep.
We're going to receive this beautiful Orioles umbrella, which we are previewing here for you tonight.
Yes. We needed it.
You're a good man.
Thank you.
It has stopped raining, and I think we're going to get to play, and it looks like we're going to get a look at Aroldis Chapman.
Well, it stopped raining, so we don't need it.
Well, not right now, but it looks so good. I think you should just leave it up.
All right.
It does. It adds color to our broadcast.
Yeah, Chapman's coming in the ball game. Last night he pitched 102 miles an hour. He topped out. So obviously the strong arm, and he's had a lot of success since coming over.
A lot.
But this is a different kind of ball game here. You know, the little delay. He had already been warming up in the bullpen. Now he's out warming up on the field. And kind of a different type of feel to this game, right?
Yeah,
you know, it's a
it
tight
is.
game, 1-0. And a couple guys on base. It's very calm. And
yeah, he warmed up in the bullpen. He threw on the side. He warmed up a little. And then Larry Rothschild, the pitching coach, wasn't sure when this game was going to get started. So he stopped him and then started him up again. So this is probably the most unusual prep he's had to get in. All right, so we're ready to go. Nice umbrella. Thank you very much for that. There he is, Aroldis Chapman, their closer for the Yankees.
Yeah, the fastball 82% of the time, 95 to 102. Occasional breaking ball, 14%, and the rare changeup. See, 2.38 earned run average, 9 for 9 in his save opportunities. Opponents hitting just 190 off Chapman. No home runs on the board. The lefties haven't even gotten a hit.
So the Orioles have runners on at first and second. A leadoff walk to Trumbo issued by Betances. Then a base hit picked up by Chris Davis. Reimold struck out. So 1 away. Runners on at first and second here in the 8th inning. The Yankees run came in an RBI single back in the 3rd by Alex Rodriguez. Jonathan Scope starts his at bat, and the first pitch will be taken up high for a ball. So the Orioles with a chance to get in it, as it has been a long day of lots of chances, as we mentioned, that have gone by the board. And now the Orioles will try and take advantage of the situation here. Hour and 37-minute rain delay. 1-0 the count. And fouled straight back. That one off McCann. Orioles have Scope. Then Pena would be due up, the Oriole catcher. In this ball game, take a look at the foul ball here. Kevin Gausman, a run on 6 hits over 6. He had 2 walks, 4 strikeouts. McFarland came on for the Orioles. A couple of strikeouts. CC Sabathia, no runs, 2 hits over 5. Yates an inning, 2 strikeouts. Then Betances. And a swing and a miss on some 97-mile-an-hour heat.
Well, you can get geared up for the fastball. If there's any kind of head movement, it's just going to be a blur. This 97, top of the zone. Tough to control the bat head there. See the little dip. Beat by the heater.
1-2. Trumbo off second. Reimold off first. Chapman, who comes to the high set, will get another heater in there at 100.
Wow, 100 miles an hour up and in. And this is the best fastballs you're going to see right here. True 4-seamer. Big guy, and he has some solid form, maximizing the velocity coming out of that left hand.
11 strikeouts for Yankee pitchers in the ball game. 2 down, 2 on. Pena, Oriole catcher, a base hit, a walk, and is struck out. And he's going to get a base hit into right field. Up with it is Hicks. He bobbles it. They hold the runner. Play comes to the plate. No run scores. The ball looked like it was going to be cleanly handled in right field, and then it bounced up in the air. Bobby Dickerson had already put a hold on.
This ball is smoked, and you know the grass is a little wet, so it skips. And then He gets to get the handle there, coming up to try to gun down the potential tying run. It's a hold, then no go on the bobble. One thing, you pick up the third base coach, Bobby Dickerson. A couple different things going on there, obviously, but as a base runner, you also have to take things into your own hands. Pick up the third base coach when you're getting to third. As soon as you hit the bag, you got to get your head up and try to pick up that baseball.
Matt Wieters is going to pinch hit. Wieters is pinch hitting for Flaherty, who would come into the ball game for Giannis, who started at third. We are in the 8th inning. Bases are loaded. The Orioles now have 5 hits in the game. All of them have been singles. Matt Wieters with the sacks full. He's faced Chapman only once, 0 for 1. Matt on an impossible pitch to hit down and in.
Yeah, 9-9, you get it going. Everybody's sitting on a fastball, geared up. You hope it's on the plate, something you can handle. If he hits his spots, almost impossible.
There are the base runners. Trumbo third, a walk. Davis second, a single. First, Pena the single. 0-1 delivery to Wieters, fouled off as he went away. Orioles with a 1 for 9 with runners in scoring position today. Yankees have gone 1 for 11. Yankees have left 10. The Orioles have left 9. It has been a very frustrating day for both teams. There's Sabathia, who's got a chance still to be the winner. 3-4 in the year. Kevin Gausman 0-3. No chance to get a win, but has held the ball club in the 6 innings he worked, so that they have a chance. And here it is in the 8th inning. Orioles have left the bases loaded twice, in the 3rd and in the 5th. Timeout asked for by Wieters at the plate. Matt has had 2 opportunities as a pinch hitter, 0 for 2. Zach Britton, the closer, the furthest away. Brad Rock closest to you. Both had warmed up before the rain delay. Chapman ready. Here's the 0-2. Wieters, ground ball, middle. He's got a base hit. That will score Trumbo. That will score Davis. Throw to the plate, not in time. Gets away, coming around third. Pena, he'll score. And the Orioles pick up 3 and take a 3-1 lead in the 8th.
Some pretty impressive stuff right there. Woo.
Here's our Lexus of Towson drive of the game.
And Matt Wieters coming up big. 2 strikes, fastball down. He gets the head on it, shooting it through the middle. Bobby Dickerson's arm is going. Davis able to score. Right on the pass ball. Pena head up. 3 runs across the plate on the Wieters. Base hit up the middle.
So Matt Wieters gets it done. Our drive of the game brought to you by Lexus of Towson, the area's #1 luxury dealer. Come see why at LexusofTowson.com. So for Aroldis Chapman, it is a blown save. It'll be a single, 2 RBIs for Wieters. An error in the center fielder Ellsbury on the throw, allowing the 3rd run to score. And the Orioles mounting yet another comeback, as here in the 8th inning they put up the runs to take a 3-1 lead. And there is Trumbo, who kicked this whole thing off with a leadoff walk about an hour and 45 minutes ago. 0-1 count on Adam Jones, and a swing and a miss on the heater, and the count goes to 0-2. Adam 0 for 4 in the ball game. Blyer getting ready in the bullpen if Chapman can't get the out here. And the Orioles now just have their closer up, Zach Britton, and in fact, as you can see, he is ready to go. For Aroldis Chapman, that will end the 9 for 9 in save opportunities and successes. As Matt Wieters gets his first pinch hit of the year. 0-2 delivery on the way, fouled back by Jones.
doing him a favor right there, throwing the breaking ball. And Adam getting the body loose. Grimace after the swing.
Finally, the big hit that both teams have been looking for in this ball game comes around right here. Oh, 2 count. Jones on a swing and a miss. Chapman will pick up the strikeout, but Matt Wieters, coming off the bench with the bases loaded against Chapman, delivers one up the middle. Trumbo scores, Davis scores, throwing error, Ellsbury, Pena scores, and the Orioles lead it 3-1. Baseball on Masson is brought to you by Southwest. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. And by Royal Farms. ATMs are surcharge free. Get your cash for nothing. Bank or credit card fees may still apply. Gary Thorne and Mike Bordick, a dramatic 8th inning after the rain delay, and the Orioles now 3 outs away from taking the series by winning this rubber match. They're up 3-1.
And Zach Britton, the Orioles closer into the ball game. Fastball 91% of the time. He's got a powerful fastball as well. But great late movement in the strike zone. 2 wins, 1.16 earned run average, 16 for 16 in his save chances. Opponent's hitting just 139 off Zach.
So Matt Wieters will stay in and do the catching. Pedro Alvarez will come on to play at third. And we're ready to go here in the 9th inning. And the pitch is taken for a strike by Aaron Hicks. Hicks in the 9 spot has an 0 for 3 in the ball game. Zach Britton looking to put this ball game away in another dramatic finish for the Orioles if they can hold it. 0-1 delivery to him, will be down low for a ball. McFarland has a chance to be the winner in this ball game, and Betances would take the loss if it stays as it is. Betances has already suffered 1 loss in this series. So he would be a 2-4 on the season. 1-1 delivery, a chopper to the middle. Manny Machado charging, short hops and makes the play.
Nice play by Machado. Infielders anticipating the choppers when Zach Britton's on the mound. That late movement. Many hitters hitting the top of it. And a good first step. A little bobble. Trying to get the ball out of the glove, but the cannon unleashed to get the first out.
Britton goes to the top of the order. We'll bring up Jacoby Ellsbury. Ellsbury, a run scored 3rd inning, got on a single, but scored later in the inning on the Rodriguez base hit. The only run on the board. Orioles have been out hit in the game 10-6, but they have now outscored the Yankees 3-1. Each team has left 10 on base. And the pitch will be there for a strike. And Zach Britton, a couple of runs to work with here in the 9th inning. Ellsbury, the 0-1 delivery to him. Breaking ball will miss outside. Visit MASSonSports.com/CareFirst to vote for tonight's CareFirst Fearless Player of the Game. Live fearless with the name trusted for over 75 years. CareFirst, Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Matt Wieters?
Matt Wieters, pretty good shot at that. What do you think?
Yeah. A good one. That might give it to Gausman, though. Keeping the team in it.
1-1 delivery on the way. Big swing and a miss. Ellsbury's just 3 for 17 against Zach Britton. One of those 3 hits a home run. Gardner waiting on deck. Orioles looking to take 2 out of 3. There is Kevin. He was 6 innings of a run, 6 hits in the 6th. Kept the Orioles on the doorstep. 1-2 delivery, swing and a miss. Or foul tipped. Beltran has come out to pinch hit for Gardner. Not starting today. Wieters takes a bump.
Yeah. Fastball. There it is. The movement. It'll get on top and down on the inside of that right leg.
1 ball, 2 strike count. Britton ready. The 1-2 delivery. Jammed him. Did he go? Nope. The Orioles have already used all their catchers. Ryan Flaherty was in the ball game, played at third base. Look at the check swing. He's the emergency catcher.
Pretty close.
He started by Pena. This is what nightmares managers have. I mean, Wieters gets hurt. You're juggling. 2-2 is taken down low. So a 3-ball, 2 strike count. There is Pena, who started the ball game for the Orioles today. There's Wieters, who was a backup today. Ryan Flaherty, the emergency catcher, came on as a pinch hitter, got a single back in the 7th inning, is now out of the ball game as he was pinch hit for by Wieters. 3-2 delivery and a ground ball towards second. Big hopper. Scope makes the play, and there are 2 down. Well, the Orioles putting it on. Yellowwood bringing the lumber. The O's have been looking for the big hit, trying to find it. Davis got a single. Pena got a single. And then Wieters as a pinch hitter, driving in 2, and another scored on a throwing error on the same play. And the Orioles are up. Carlos Beltran is the pinch hitter for Gardner, who had a good day. 2 doubles and a single. And they want the right-handed bat in there, not Gardner. Beltran on a big cut. Beltran, home run won't do it. Got to get somebody else on base here for the Yankees. And Britton trying to end it right here. Beltran 2 for 5 with a homer off Zach. Down to third base and foul. Yankees down to their final strike to work with.
Zach getting a great movement once again on that 96, 97 mile an hour fastball down in the zone. Couple ground ball outs, easy ground ball outs, and getting ahead.
Oh-2. A little roller. Fouled off by Beltran. Orioles hang on here. McFarland will be 1-1. Betances will be 2-4. Britton will pick up his 17th save. And the Orioles will move back into first in the loss column ahead of Boston. 0-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Wieters will put a tag on, and that's the ball game. So in dramatic fashion, the Orioles come back on a Wieters key pinch hit and pick up a 3-1 win against the Yankees. and yet one more time where they wait late and win.
Yeah, I think this Orioles offense has been really impressive here the last week or so, starting to heat things up. Clutch late hits.
We'll come back and we'll talk to an Orioles star of the game. Orioles win it 3-1.